guys are dog meat, but their equipment still seems to be in good shape. Mason will be relieved that his men didn't make too much of a mess of their weapons and equipment.
Gdzie jest tamto znowu?
You don't look much like a good luck charm, you ugly fuck.
Please! Get me out of here!
I kinda have my hands full right now. Just let me deal with this creature, and I'll be right with you.
That's what they always say. And they always end up with their flesh torn to pieces.
Which is a real good reason to stop distracting me.
This is horrible. We can't just leave that woman in this prison. We must find a way to free her from here.
Siemanko, Fenix, witam.
Sybil, do not do that! I know this woman. She is not here by accident. She is a witch. If you free her, we all run the risk of falling under the power of her magic.
But Father, we can't just let this poor person die here. It would be inhuman.
Inhuman? That is exactly what she is, my child.
A to już
He's the
wiesz, kto co
wicked
lubi,
one.
nie?
Aeolus, is it not? He's the one who imprisoned me, with no food or water, and barely clothed.
I what? You lying bitch! Don't listen to her.
Father?
She is trying to manipulate you. Use your brain, child.
I'm begging you, get me out of here. I can't hold on much longer.
Who are you?
My name is Edwin. The ignorant will tell you that I'm a witch, a sorceress, or even a necromancer. The truth is much simpler and more socially acceptable. I am, in fact, a magician. But neither as powerful nor as evil-minded as they think me.
She lies to thee. She is hiding something, and it is not her body.
You would say that.
I beg your pardon?
No, nothing.
Believe me, she is powerful. She is evil, and she is a danger to us all.
You seem to know a lot about her. What the hell are you doing here anyway?
The steward asked me to look into a dark power that has been affecting some of the villagers, something evil. And my search has led me here. It is no coincidence. That cursed woman is the cause.
I wouldn't expect him to admit to keeping a woman captive in the swamps for his own evil purposes.
Nonsense.
And so you just trotted out here with no escort? What, were you afraid we'd charge you extra?
I came here as quickly as possible, yes, to stop you committing a grievous error. I was hoping that you would escort us back to the village afterwards. Without a supplement, yes. Seems to me that you are quite well paid.
I've never been in the habit of just letting people die like animals in a cage, whatever their crimes may be. This woman doesn't look like a dead walker. That's enough for me. We'll take it back to Valvanor, and you can tell your stories to them.
Stay away, you stupid girl. No! Fools! Leave her in that cage!
Now meet your eternity.
What are you doing to him? Let him go!
Very well. You may have him. I am finished.
Father? Father! Oh no, no! This can't be happening!
You're gonna wish you had died back there in that cell, you sick bitch!
Wait, wait! If I am to die, I wish to know who stands before me.
I am Vulcan, Powder Master of the Freeborn Blades. And as for the man you made the mistake of killing, he was our...
That is not my question. Who stands before me? Are you an imbecile or blind?
I might be the mercenary who is going to grab you by your snake of a tongue and throw you into the darkest pit he can find.
From what I can see, you're an imbecile, incapable of piercing the face that hides the true nature of the Red Scribes.
Well, I can pierce your face, if that's all you want, in several places.
Mock, if you like. Lamb that you are. You insist on believing that your employers are only scholars, curious and inoffensive. Can you not see more? Red Scribes, Ice Lords, they come from the same mold, and they want the same thing. Some are simply more successful in their efforts. Aeolus thought I possessed knowledge which he could use to become the equal of the Ice Lords. That's why he questioned me.
So what? We're at war, and getting our asses kicked. We can't really blame him for trying to find a way to stop the Deadwalkers.
Of course. It was for the good of all that I was captured and sequestered here in secret. It was to protect freedom that I was starved, tortured, and humiliated for weeks on end. It was goodwill and kindness that made him enslave a monster to guard my prison. Oh yes, I heard them, all of the screams. That beast did not lack for meat. No, indeed. Yes, in truth, the scribe was such a brave man that it was only for the happiness of his darling daughter that he tried to stab her.
That's ridiculous! You are the monster! You're a liar! My father wasn't like that! A liar! You murderer! You'll pay for what you did!
Sybil, wait! Witch, I suggest you behave yourself if you don't want to find yourself back rotting in that cell of yours. I'm far from finished with you. I have questions. Lots of questions. And you had better make damn sure I like the answers.
So be it. Then I will tell you exactly what you want to hear, mercenary.
You had the upper hand. Why did you decide to kill the leader of the Red Scribes?
I desperately needed to replenish my power, so I drained his. My mood grows a bit murderous when I get too hungry, or when I spend too many days trapped in a filthy cell without so much as a toilet. Your friend was no hero. His aim was to reproduce the same ancient rituals that permitted powerful magicians to become the Ice Lords that we are fighting even now.
He wasn't my friend. He was my employer, and a very influential man. You could have spared him, giving credence to your version of events, but you chose to kill him, and thus any chance of them listening to you.
He was a deceitful and manipulative man. No
Ota?
one would have
Edwena?
listened to me, so I permitted myself the pleasure of preventing him from harming anyone else.
The world heart has had nothing but suffering from these magicians. I rejoice at
Według mnie jest
this death.
spoko.
We need more like it.
Let's say I understand your reasons, but it was still a reprehensible thing to do that has put us both in a seriously shitty situation. We're going to have to play this right in Valvador. We'll try to talk with a steward, or the Red Scribes will lynch you without a second thought.
We? Am I to infer that you're going to help me, gentle mercenary?
Somebody has to deal with it. You seem to take pleasure in exposing yourself. To trouble, I mean.
It's true. I hate denying myself a little pleasure, but I'm not worried about the outcome. Aeolus's daughter saw everything. She is an innocent, and will confirm everything that happened here. All you need to do is deliver your model prisoner to your steward.
Besides Aelas, did you see any of the other Red Scribes?
I was drugged before being brought here. Aeolus is the only scribe who came to visit me during my captivity. But his second-in-command must have known, although I don't know exactly how much Aeolus was able to manipulate his puppets. If they are all as naive as his daughter, I imagine the temptation must have been great.
The Red Scribes performed a ritual in an ancient temple. Does that mean anything to you?
So that's the reason why he disappeared. The ritual was designed to augment his power. Had it succeeded, he would have become an accomplished magician, the first step toward becoming an Ice Lord. Given the ease with which I killed him, I suspect the ritual was a failure, or at least a partial failure.
Let's just say the results weren't quite what he was hoping for. But something definitely happened. It was a burst of light, or maybe flame. And this thing entered inside me.
A thing? What thing?
A sort of parasite. The Red Scribes told me it was a demon.
Neither one nor the other, insolent boy. I bring thee flames. I bring thee the world heart. I bring thee the power, and thou wouldst hold me back with thy ingratitude and thy weak, pitiful body. Thou darest name me parasite.
Hello? You still here?
Huh? Oh yeah. I forgot to mention.
Tak, tylko zawiesił się na
It's kind
chwilę.
of sensitive.
I must say, I have never heard of such a thing. It is, at the very least, troubling.
The end result is I sometimes find myself wondering who I am. What I am. That is, when we're not arguing, or it's not taking control without asking me what I think about it. Then again,
This is absolutely fascinating. I think when we get the chance, we should talk about it in more depth, meaning we undoubtedly need to experiment a bit. There is probably much to learn from this demon.
we'll see. For now, we've got more pressing problems. Let's finish this discussion in Valvanor. We better get back before they send a
Ale ja tu
battalion
chciałem sobie
to look
rzeczy
for us.
pozbierać. Gdzie idziemy? Do dupy. A nie, dobra. Tam wszystko będziemy wyjaśniać. Z bossa coś można zebrać? Wiem. Czy nie chuja?
Have you decided what you're going to do with me?
I'm working on it.
Meanwhile, I remain a prisoner.
You are free to do what you want as long as you stay in the village or with me. But if you cross the line, I'm the one who will straighten you out. So one false move and I blow you up. It's painful. Are we clear?
Yes, very clear, and perfect timing as well. It just so happens that I have absolutely no intention of disturbing this delicious village in any way. A place whose tragic end now seems ordained, and over whose corpse the red scribes and freeborn blades will scrabble in the bleeding mud. A spectacle which promises to be unique, and one I wouldn't dream of missing for the world.
Well, enjoy the show. But if I ever need your help, I want to be able to count on it.
Very well. You may consider that we have an arrangement.
I would like to ask you a few questions. Alas called you a sorceress. Well, are you one?
A sorceress? Only a rube or an imbecile would call someone a sorceress. If Aeolus had even a minimum of intelligence and discernment, he would have chosen another term. I do a bit of magic, it's true, but that makes me a magician.
Nie ma tu łupów z bossów?
Nonetheless, my abilities could never rival those of a lord of the frozen shadows, even if I am far more powerful than any red scribe will ever be.
So this demon inside me, what is it?
I can't say for sure. I've only rarely ever seen something so interesting, but all the same, I'm certain of one thing. Your host is directly linked to the world heart.
To the world heart?
A, i wiesz jak się
It's a
broń
simple
chowa?
question
Shiftem
of
się chowa.
logic. The
Tym, co
ritual
za sprint jest
performed by the
odpowiedzialny.
scribes had to make contact with the world heart somehow. Your affinity for flames is a crucial clue.
Okay, but what's my role in all this?
For now, you are the vehicle. You'll have to decide if you're going to use its power or just be a simple vessel.
Can we win this war?
You already know the answer. What was the last battle the Dead Walker army lost?
I never heard of them losing a battle.
In fact, the last time was 12 years ago. In those days, Vertiol didn't even know the Lords of the Frozen Shadows existed, or that they were at war. This all took place in a kingdom in the northeast. I don't
Nie, nie
recall
musi
the
zaczynać
name,
biegu. Wystarczy, że
but their
shift
victory was
wciśniesz
destined
i
to be
schowa miecz.
short-lived.
Zaraz ci
A
pokażę.
few days after having stopped the Dead Walker army, the kingdom was razed to the ground by an even greater...
No chyba po czasie sam, ale...
But then
Możesz
it
od razu
is
schować.
possible to win a battle.
You haven't understood. Whatever the result of a battle, the Deadwalker army feeds. Whether they win or lose, they always prevail. All the bodies that fall are eventually integrated into their ranks.
It's a war of attrition.
If it were only military victory they sought, yes. But don't forget, they are crafty and intelligent. They can defeat you long before you are overwhelmed by a ruse or by magic.
Sounds promising. We need to rethink your combat style.
Do we have a problem?
Put some thought into protecting yourself during combat.
Are you worried about me? Very well. It will no doubt be boring.
A będzie
but I
cyckami
wouldn't want your
amortyzować
delicate
ataki.
heart to thump too hard out of concern for me.
Thanks.
No, wyciągasz i shiftem chowasz, nie? Cyk. Albo sobie to chyba nie zostawiają łupu, bo nie widzę tu nic. Tamtym. Chyba, że coś od razu trafia do ekwipunku, ale chyba nie. Nie ma tu nic. Weekend. Weekend dzisiaj. A ile jest rozdziałów tutaj? Bo to chyba nie jest ogólnie zbyt jakaś długa gra, z tego co znam to studio. Mouse Warlock to było na takie 3 streamy, ale takie po 6 godzin z tego co widziałem. Technomancer chyba też 3 albo 4. Zobaczymy jak będzie tutaj.
He'll be pissed, but I gotta go face him.
Well, first go see your steward before the villagers decide to burn me at the stake.
To właśnie wyczytałem w opinii, że dużo osób narzeka, że krótka strasznie. Że mogłaby być dłuższa. No zaraz, który to mi mówił o tych żołnierzach? A już wiem kto. Ten tutaj.
Is it true you killed the beast?
Is it true you quit the booze?
What? Ah, that's a load of bollocks.
I thought so, but I did kill the beast.
Right. Okay then. You and me, we got off on the wrong foot. We owe you one. That's a man's job you done.
I found your soldiers' bodies.
they were my best. I mean, it's sad. So, did you bring back their weapons? I know it's not pretty, but we need them bad.
Yeah, I brought you back their stuff. I just hope it helps the survivors.
Oh, I suppose it's better than nothing.
Nie, no pewnie.
I know I said I wasn't gonna pay you, but those lads won't be collecting
To jest
their
taka,
pay, so
wiesz, fajna odmiana
you
od tych
have it.
gier z otwartym światem. One czasami są męczące trochę.
I'm
No
going.
dobra, to tutaj tyle. Rękawice gwardzisty.
So,
Show me what you have for...
I'd rather stay here if you don't mind.
Why? You're not planning to give me the slip by any chance, are you?
I don't like the idea of getting locked
Ja
up
tak
by
na
the
razie
red
idę bardziej w ten
scribes again.
ogólny dev.
It might
A
provoke
później
me
to
into
zobaczę.
a loss of my legendary restraint. And I'm sure that you don't want to have to scrape another one of your employers up off the ground.
Well, it's true that I prefer they remain in one piece. All right, fine, you can stay here. But if you do get it in your head to run away, I will find you. And you won't like it when I do.
I'm trembling, but yes, I'll wait here.
Did you find this famous beast?
Found it and killed it. But don't hold your breath waiting for its fur for next winter, because I didn't bring it back for you.
Excellent news. I knew the village could count on you.
Actually, not so excellent. Alis is dead.
Dead? But no, that's not possible. Are you sure?
When it doesn't move and it doesn't breathe and it looks at you with an even stupider gaze than one of your guards, that generally means it's dead, yeah.
I demand that you show some respect. The Red Scribes are a precious help to us here. Aeolus was a useful man, a good man, and he was under your care.
Oh, please. Your good man had a few skeletons in his closet. He was controlling the swamp beast to keep people away. He had you all fooled. Aeolus was even ready to kill his own daughter to cover up his secrets.
What nonsense is this? How can you make such ridiculous accusations? Am I to understand he died at your hands?
He turned up all alone at the place where I fought the beast. No guide, no escort. He knew the way. And after coming after Sybil, he tried to kill his captive to shut her up. There was a fight, and he didn't survive.
What madness. What do you know of this prisoner? If Aeolus held her captive, she must have been dangerous.
Mówisz, Feniks, że sobie w rezydenta pykasz, tak?
She doesn't talk much, but something tells me she knows more than she's letting on about the Ice Lords.
I don't like this. You realize you may have set a wolf among the sheep.
Or maybe someone who could be useful in our fight with the Deadwalkers.
Well, then you must find out immediately. As of now, she is your responsibility. I should deliver her to the Red Scribes without any further ado, yet, after what you have told me, I no longer know what to think. She will be given a fair hearing. Until that time, she never leaves your presence. If there is the least incident, I promise you, you shall answer for it. And there is no prison here, in case you had not noticed.
Okay, sounds fair to me.
However low your opinion was of Aeolus, his death is a great loss for Valvanor. He was meant to be looking into a most disturbing matter.
All right, I can see where this is headed. What do you want?
There is no guarantee that you have the necessary skills to handle this matter, Freeborn Blade. Even Mirana is flummoxed.
What is it? An epidemic?
That's exactly what I'd like to know. Several of the villagers have been behaving curiously of late. They have become distant, taciturn, and barely react to the world around them.
They're just hungover. You'd know if you got drunk more often, and you look like you need to.
I believe there are a few here who know the difference. It's something else. They seem very concentrated, as though they are observing us. I feared some kind of sickness and that it will spread throughout the village.
Got it. I'll slap him around a little. That should wake him up.
My goodness. That's not exactly what I had in mind, but I must confess the results interest me more than the methods.
Well, that's gonna be my method, so let's leave it at that if you don't mind. I'm not helping you because you made puppy eyes at the captain.
As I understand it, some people are behaving even more stupidly than they normally do.
That's right. They have asked me to check it out.
Perfect. I'll come along with you.
Hang on. What is your interest in all of this? Is there some special reason you want to continue this investigation with me?
I am trapped in a filthy village full of hateful and suspicious peasants who wouldn't hesitate 1 second to burn me at the stake if you weren't here to stop them. If I stick with you, it's far less risky. And who knows? If I can help you, maybe they'll end up accepting me.
Okay, fine. Follow me.
Greetings, Vulcan.
Let me see what you've made this time. Are you okay? I was just, being polite. Don't feel like you have to give me your whole life story.
Hast thou gone mad? His lips moveth not.
I'm just trying to save face. I hate being ignored.
Vulcan! For fuck's sake! What did you do to Aeolas?
I never laid a finger on him, Captain. But if you want my opinion, I think he screwed us over.
So you had to kill him? That was our fucking employer. Could you not take 2 goddamn seconds to think about that?
I didn't kill him. It was this woman, Edwin. She killed him.
That's what they told me. That doesn't change the fact that dish rag of a scribe was our client. And your job was to protect him. If he was trying to fuck us over, it's up to me to deal with that. And for a starter, where did this wee tart that's spilling out of her dress come from?
She was his prisoner in the swamp. It looks like he was trying to get information out of her, which she obviously didn't give him, considering she's still alive.
All right, then. Maybe she can be of use to us. I already spoke with Aeolas's assistant. Seems he pulled the wool over their eyes as much as he did ours. They're petrified. So they've agreed to honor their contract with us. I need you to get this Edwin woman to talk. I want to know where she's from, who she is, who she works for, all of it. And watch out for the red scribes. We don't want to get fooled twice.
Understood, Captain. I'll check it out.
If you can find Hawk, tell him to get his arse back here. I sent him out on a recon mission and he still hasn't come back.
Do you think something happened to him?
Well, there aren't any decent whorehouses around here, so yes, something may well have happened to him.
I'll find him, sir. Captain, have you had any news about Hawk?
Are you trying to be funny? I sent you to find him. Is that demon of yours eating away your tiny brain or what?
Captain, I wanted to ask... Do you really think we should be trusting these red scribes?
I've never really trusted that Aeolas fellow. I could sense he was hiding a knife behind his back. Looks like I was right. But that changes nothing. We still work for them.
Captain, I wanted to
Kurwa,
ask...
nie to.
Captain, I wanted... I'm leaving. What's new? Wow, really? You don't say.
You will learn nothing.
Rano trochę padało. A teraz nie.
Edwin, I need to speak to you.
Świecąca
What can
cyckami
I do
laska.
for you?
I would like to ask you a few questions. What do you think about our investigation?
They are undoubtedly possessed by some creature, one that is hiding not far away from here. We should go and speak with that model of military rigor, the head of the guards.
No wygląda jak ty, nie?
I would like to ask you a few questions. What do you think about our investigation?
They are undoubtedly possessed by some creature, one that is hiding not far away from here. We should go and speak with that model of military rigor, the head of the guards.
Thanks.
Z tym się na razie nie da. O tym porozmawiać z tego co widzę. Zaraz. I do tego sokoła poszukać może. A gdzie ty masz czarne włosy? I się wydaje tylko. Klątwę? Co za klątwę? Jak ona będzie klątwę rzucać? Ta mnie nie leczy, Sybilla mnie leczyła, ta nie leczy. Ta będzie klątwę rzucać. To jest w ogóle jakaś chodząca klątwa. Że zobaczy, nie dawaj tą klątwę. O chuj to chodzi. To tak dzisiaj. Gdzie ten patafian jest tam?
Hey, Vulcan, over here.
To się zawiesiłeś? Co tam widzisz?
I came across this enormous creature. It's an absolute monster. You've never seen anything like it. Oh, I'd love to catch it. It would make one hell of a trophy, but I'm not sure I can take it down alone. You feel like lending me a hand?
You know the captain's looking for you?
Fuck the captain. Oh, come on. He can wait. The beastie out there can't. It could lose itself in the mist at any moment, and we'd never find it.
Okay then. Considering how excited you are, I'm kind of curious to see the thing. Come on, let's go.
Ah, yes. I owe you one, brother. Come on. Thank you. I'd never have brought it down without your help. I'll get back to my patrol. Tell the captain not to worry about me.
Dobrze. Powiem. Bym sobie poziom może dobił. Dużo nie brakuje. Tylko jakieś... Sokół wygląda jakby patelnią w ryj dostał i to tak mocno.
Now that's what I call a fucking trophy. I'm gonna dine out on this one. Look at that beauty.
Tak go
It makes your
przyplaszczyło
damn
trochę.
lobster face look a bit shabby.
Teraz wracam, bo telefon mi dzwoni. Dobra, na razie jestem póki co. Ale później jeszcze będę musiał na chwilkę też wyjść, bo czekam na następny telefon. Lecimy. No, akurat będzie na czym dobić. Co ta klątwa w ogóle daje? Co ona tu daje, nie wiem. Coś tam daje. Jeszcze trochę zabrakło. Na czymś jeszcze pasuje dobić. Tam jest gdzie to prowadzi ta ścieżka. Wschodnie bagno. Ciekawe, czy teraz by się dało tu wejść.
Better not insist in going there for
Nie.
now.
To pewnie coś fabularnie będzie. A jutro idziemy na polowanko. Tam dalej do tego parku Fernando. Będziemy dalej punkt szukać. Ja nie wiem, czy później w Gotika sobie nie zagram, jak skończę tego Bounty Flan. W 2, w Roturninga. Ten pyknął. Albo w 3 może? Trochę mi się nie chce po tym Nordmarze chodzić. Tam się błądzi po tym Nordmarze. Zanim się utrwalą te ścieżki wszystkie. Udawać tu jakiegoś potworka, bo mam troszeczkę do dobicia dosłownie. Niedużo. Ale ty masz, chłopie, chodzony. Kurwa, ja obleciałem cały bagna. Ty jeszcze tutaj. A, wrócę do kapitana, to w sumie za tą wiadomość chyba też doświadczenie dostanę. Ale jak już tu jestem... I tak tu nie ma na czym dobić. Nic się nie porespiło. A coś tu jest. Chyba nie wystarczy. Szła dzieweczka do laseczka. Tu może styknie. Wszyscy... Gdzie jest tam ta cipa? Wszyscy będą na mnie. poziom. Dobra. To bym sobie może najpierw dobił. Dobra. Tu mamy 3 punkty, to zaraz sobie pykniemy mistrz rzemiosła. Zajebiście. A później chyba w pułapki sobie zainwestuję. 50% większe obrażenia, ale to też 3 punkty chyba, nie, 2 punkty. 2 punkty. To później. No to później. Pułapki sobie zainwestuję. W to by też można było. Gra. Tak może być. Nie, no co ja robię? Okej. Wracamy do wiochy. Ale to by można było o tych przytłumionych też pogadać może z tą medyczką. O tych zawiasach. Czy nie? Zaraz zobaczę.
What can I do for you, Vulcan?
People standing around like statues? No expressions on their faces? Eyes empty? Any of that sound familiar?
Of course it does. May I remind you that my assistant suffers from these exact symptoms. It resembles trauma, but so far I have been unable to bring him out of it.
I'll take my leave. See you later.
Nie, w sumie nic konkretnego.
Look at this. My favorite fucking troublemaker.
According to the steward, some of the villagers have been acting strange. Do you have any suggestions?
Hey, I'm not a bloody oracle. Bring me some clues, something concrete, anything, and then I can help you.
Okay, I'll come back when I know more. I'm going.
I'll wait for you here.
No dobra. Chciałem, żeby się skonfrontowała z tamtą, z Sybillą, ale widocznie nie chce.
Greetings, mercenary. What can I do for you?
I have some questions. Did you know about Edwin?
Are you asking if I helped AOS? No, not voluntarily at any rate. Our late Grand Master asked me to carry out a medical examination of the woman while she was still our guest. Of course, he wanted me to be discreet, so I couldn't really examine her.
What did you learn?
Apart from the fact that your friend looks like a woman, human and in perfect health, nothing.
So everything's normal.
Apparently, but as I said, I wasn't allowed to examine her. Everything looks normal, which isn't exactly the same thing. To get back to your initial question, the only part I played in the story was to give our Grand Master a powerful soporific. He must have used it to capture her, but believe me, I had absolutely no idea who the victim was going to be.
I'll be going now.
Leave me, Vulcan. I don't want to talk right now.
I'm sorry about your dad. She took me by surprise. I didn't have time to protect him.
Even though I wish you could have saved him, it's not your fault. It's that witch.
Yeah, but it's understandable that she'd be mad at your father.
Whatever he did to her, he didn't deserve to die like that. She's a murderer, a monster.
A monster that maybe just saved your life.
Perhaps. But why did my father have her imprisoned? Did he know she would try to kill him?
He had us to protect him, and if he hadn't shown up in the middle of the swamp, he'd still be alive. It just doesn't make sense. We have to find out what he was doing. He must have been up to something, because he didn't talk to anyone about it. Not even the people who were supposed to take care of him.
What are you accusing him of?
Nothing really. I'm just asking questions. But I'm going to need your help to find the answers.
I will help you. I need to know what happened as much as you.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What do you want to know?
So then, any result from the study of all these creatures of the swamps?
Have you discovered any new creatures?
We did fight with the creature that we called the Swamp Beast.
As you may remember, I was there and saw it with my own eyes.
I'm no expert, but it was strange, wasn't it?
Bizarre? What do you mean?
I fought with enough creatures to know how they move and how they behave. That one, it just wasn't right. It's as though it was already suffering before I even hit it.
I think you're right. I think it was already under the influence of several kinds of corruption. I think it was suffering terribly.
Do you think it was that corruption that had killed everything all round?
Without a doubt.
See you later.
Gdzie cycata tu jest?
Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
I'm going to have need of your talents. Come with me.
You offer me what? Sword play, suspicion, and sarcasm? Huh. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Ho there, Powder Man. You still didn't manage to blow yourself up?
I have a few questions for you. See you later.
Vulcan, I do love our little chats, but shouldn't you be doing something?
Hawk will finish up his recon and head straight back. Don't worry, Captain.
You've been working for me long enough to know one thing. I never worry.
You wanted the Freeborn Blades to help the villagers. Is that still happening?
As long as we have to stay here, yes. Why?
Have you heard about these villagers who were acting strange?
Yes, I've had reports about them. The whole thing stinks if you ask me. Take that one over there, for example. The one giving me the fisheye. If we weren't stuck in this place, I'd go over there and put his lights out. I've asked Buffalo to keep an eye on them. If they start getting squirrely, he'll give us a heads up.
Captain, I wanted to ask... I'm leaving. What's new? Wow,
To już jest drugi rozdział, czy co?
The captain tells me you're keeping an eye on the villagers that are acting weird.
Yes. Look at them. You see that couple? Take a good look at the husband. I've seen livelier zombies. It's like he was dead inside. And they aren't the only ones. There must be at least half a dozen of them. But what bothers me is that if you look closely, you can see they're checking everything out.
But what's wrong with them?
No idea. They look like they're turning into deadwalkers, but the odd thing is how they're spread out. You see how they're placed? They can check out most of the village from where they are. I'm almost certain they're scouting the place out for someone. Since you seem interested, you should go and talk to them. Look, I've marked out their positions on the map.
See you later. Good day. Are you related to this man?
You might say that. Miliev is my husband. I'm called Nigella.
Well, do you know what's wrong with him? Have you noticed anything strange about him lately?
Well, of course I noticed. He's the one who's a vegetable, not me. Still, I must admit, it's been nice and peaceful.
How long ago did he change?
About 3 days ago. He went out hunting in the swamps. But when he come back empty-handed, he had that far-away look in his eyes.
In what way peaceful? Is he normally an active guy?
Active? You must be joking. But it's the first time in years I don't have to listen to him whinging and complaining all day long. And I don't know which of the gods I have to thank, but he don't snore no more neither.
You mean he sleeps soundly?
Well, he sleeps less, if that's what you mean. I've even caught him sneaking out in the middle of the night, but he always comes back after a few hours.
Do you have any idea where he goes off to?
No, I've got no idea. Not down the tavern, and that's the main thing.
It doesn't bother you at all?
Let's be honest. Considering the sort of women what are still available in the village and what a rubbish lover he is, I doubt he's got a mistress. And he's hardly gonna find any gorgeous sluts wandering around the swamps.
You might be surprised.
You're too kind. I can't decide whether I'm flattered or vaguely insulted.
Don't change a thing. You're perfect.
So true. Thanks for noticing.
Sorry to have bothered you. I'll go.
We now know that our strange patients are going out at night. So, let's find out where they're going.
Greetings. So how is everything Do you know this woman?
Of course I know her. Her name's Agatha, and she's my wife these past 8 years. Even if the old cow treats me like she doesn't know me.
What happened to her?
Ask her yourself. She don't talk to me no more. I know he had our ups and downs, but still.
How long has she been like this?
It come over her like a dose of the shits a couple of days ago. See, she goes off with Jervis and the others to go and collect berries in the swamp, and when they comes back, not one of them will talk to me.
Where exactly did they go?
What? How the fuck should I know? You'll pardon me, but gathering berries is women's work. But at any rate, they never go far, otherwise they never come back at all.
So she didn't go alone? Jervis is one of Mason's men, isn't he?
Yeah, that's him. There were 5 or 6 of them. Why don't you go and ask Jervis? He should be over by the barracks. He'll have a better chance. He'll talk to you if you don't mention me.
Is there anything else strange about her, apart from the not talking?
Well, she ain't much between the thighs, if that's what you mean. She don't say or do nothing. Just sort of lets me get on with it. She don't even pretend to notice what we're doing.
Men. Give them a piece of meat, and they're just a couple of minutes away from satisfaction. And sleep.
Yeah, sure, but not every man is like that.
True. Some are more discerning. Others show the meat a little more respect.
I was only trying to give her a nice moment to patch things up between us, sort of.
That's not really what I was asking about, to be honest.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. There might be something else. I woke up this night, and she weren't there. I must have dozed a half hour before I gone back to sleep, but she never come back. I never saw her again until sunrise.
And I imagine you have no idea where she could have gone?
None. And she wouldn't say nothing to me, like usual. I hope that bitch ain't off seeing another man. That's all I need.
I can't imagine why she would want to do that. You seem like the perfect husband.
I'll be leaving now.
I think we'd better go back and talk to that drunken sot who pretends to be chief of the guard. We need to find out where that expedition is going.
Look at this. My favorite fucking troublemaker.
About those sentry guards. About those villagers who've been acting weird. I found out that they disappeared during the night.
And is that it? I imagine you'll have to follow them to find out what they do with their evenings and where they spend them.
Your man Jervis. He seems even more out of it than the rest of your troops.
Oh, him, yeah. Last couple of days, he's gone completely stupid. Shit. He's got it, too. He's gonna go all gaga like those other weirdos.
The fact that he led all the other weirdos on an expedition didn't surprise you any? Where'd they go?
Well, now you mention it, yeah, obviously. It makes sense. They went off toward the southeast, if I remember right.
Worthless winesop.
Right. I'll check it out. Do you have any suggestions?
We have to find out what the fuck they get up to at night. With a bit of luck, we'll understand what's going on in the southeast.
I'll follow them from a distance tonight. Meanwhile, there's plenty to keep me busy.
Whatever you like. I'll leave you to handle it. I've already got too few sentries to lose any more. Just keep me posted.
Gdzie cycata? Aha.
That was a close one. This whole business stinks. If we can't tell the difference between one of these creatures and the villagers, we're totally fucked. It seemed like they were coming back from the southeast swamps. Maybe something down there is causing all this shit.
Whatever power be the origin of these possessions, it be ours.
I'll check it out.
Jest nie pozostawiali? Już tam z nich wypadało, widziałem, ale teraz nie ma tego nigdzie. Nie ma to nie ma.
We go east, then. I'm not happy about any of this. More and more, I am sensing the Ice Lords behind all of this. You should speak about it with your captain.
Captain, we're under attack. The Deadwalkers are headed this way. We have to be ready for them.
Are you serious, Vulcan?
As a heart attack, Cap. You remember those strange guys? They were possessed by a Deadwalker creature. It was able to use them to find out everything there is to know about this place, and send back the information to their leaders.
Delightful. That's all I needed. Right, you go and sort out the spies. I'll handle setting up defenses for this rat hole.
Got it, Captain.
Nie, zaraz. Co to było? A, bo to jest tak trochę dziwnie opisane na tej mapie, dobra. To jest pod to wejście. Czyli teraz tam do tego wejścia idziemy. Wcześniej nie dało. Gdzie jest tamto znowu? No, gdzie się zawiesiła po drodze. Gdzie ona do chuja jest? Tu jest. Dobra, chodź.
There is none that thou knowest in this cavern, rest assured of that. The being that lives here wishes to take over this body.
Huh. You mean my body?
A pity that thou art not as combative with it. It is consuming thy mind e'en now, and yet thou dost offer no resistance. If thou dost allow it to continue, thou wilt be erased. Replaced, and that is not in my best interests either.
Now that's ironic. Isn't that what you're doing to me?
An insulting comparison. This parasite is nothing. It is insignificant. I can easily protect us, if thou dost allow it. Thou shouldst give me more space, more liberty. Open thy mind instead of keeping me prisoner.
Yeah, we'll see. You're asking me to let you come in and mark out your territory. But at what price?
Thou wilt gain access to a greater part of me, to my knowledge, to my power. All that thou risketh is to gain in knowledge and power, and that can do thee no harm. We shall only be stronger, both of us.
Well, let's see. Everything is rosy and without a care.
I imagined that thou wouldst undergo a slight physical transformation. Thy body was not conceived to contain a power such as mine. It will consume thee if thou refuseth to evolve.
There we go. Admit it. You feel better.
Whatever thou risketh in trusting me is insignificant in comparison with what awaits us if thou dost stay and do nothing. If thou dost refuse to evolve, we will both soon be lost, and this world will follow.
Let's get out of this hole and try to think of something else. Edwin or the Red Scribes will surely find another solution.
Thou doth flee. We have no confidence in these people, we both know this. Just as we both know thou wilt never pierce the secret of this cave without me.
Maybe not without you, but definitely not like this. Whether the scribes are worthy of trust or not is really not the question. Everybody feels like it's in their interest for us to succeed.
Each has a different view of what the meaning of success is.
I just want to get shit-faced and never have to hear your voice again.
Judging by your vacant look, I assume you've had an exchange with the demon.
He offered to protect me against the magic that haunts this cave, on the condition that I let him have more space in my mind.
And? Did it not work?
I refused. I'd rather explore some other solutions before I risk losing my mind, thank you very much.
It's ridiculous. You have the potential to become the most powerful being in Vertial, and you refuse that opportunity because you're afraid of not being able to control it? Time is short. The thing in that cave grows ever more powerful with the passing of each hour.
Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
I would like to ask you a few questions. What do you think about our investigation?
We just have to find this creature. We look east if our inquiries have been correct. Probably in a cave.
Thanks.
I'll wait for you here.
Greetings, mercenary. What can I...
There's a cave I can't enter. Something inside tries to devour my spirit. You wouldn't have anything I could use for protection, would you?
Funny you're asking. Turns out I started working on a potion to help you fight the presence of the demon in your mind. But its effects should also help you against an external intrusion.
I need it right away. The safety of the village depends on it.
I made 2 doses. Here, take them. If someone is with you, it can be used to protect them too.
Thank you. Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
I'm going to have need of your talents. Come with me.
You offer me what? Sword play, suspicion, and sarcasm? Huh.
Dobra, nie pierdol cię. Znaczy bez przerwy gdzieś kurwa gubi. No i gdzie ją znowu wjebało? Przecież była zaraz za mną. A pierdole. Nie, co ty robisz? W Overwatcha grałeś? Czekaj, jak to wypić?
Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
I would like to ask... Thanks.
Gdzie te miksturki, kurde, są? Niby.
This is the place. Now's the time to find out if this potion is gonna work.
This is... This brew is worse than those sold by common charlatans. I wouldn't count on it doing much.
Nie układam się z demonami.
Beware of those creatures. They are powerful and probably the most vicious in all...
Demony to zło wcielone. Nie będzie tu żadnych demonów. O, spiżarnia. Tasaki. Tasaki. To są tasaki. O, tasaki. Czy to z obydwu stron jest to samo wejście chyba? No dobra. No co ty się kurwa? Gdzie mi tu będziesz pluł? Śmierdzielu. do tej skrzyni dostać? Pancerz gwardzisty. A może to jest tym drugim wejściem? Weź jeszcze tutaj pochodzę. Sprawdzam, co tutaj jest. Może jednak tamto wejście to prowadzi na jakiś niższy poziom albo coś. Nie otwierałeś jej? No to trzeba znaleźć jakiś sposób. Musi być. Skoro ona tam jest, to da się ją też zebrać. Gdzieś pewnie jakieś zejście musi być. Albo tutaj wejście z dołu. Nie, zaraz, gdzie ja to jestem? Aha, to tu jest to drugie, tak? To tak jakby to było gdzieś na górze, tamta skrzynia. To ona jest w miejscu. A tam jest jakiś zajebiście legendarny unikat w tej skrzyni. Tylko trzeba ją otworzyć. No to schodzimy tu niżej. No właśnie. O. A ty jak tam wlazłeś? Ona jest tutaj, ta skrzynia. O, patrz. Widziałeś, kurwa, Stefan? Tak to się robi. No, lot był dobry w chuj. A, tu zaraz przy tym, no widzisz. Wyjście do bagna, znaczy na bagno. I tu się idzie, cegły dół. I tutaj jest zaraz to wejście, o, to jest ta półka po prawej. No to coś takiego. A Skellige też jest dobry. Mało mam many, żeby jeszcze, kurwa, korzystać z okrzyku i z tego mieczyka ogniowego na razie. Trzeba będzie coś z tym zrobić. W co ja w ogóle miałem sobie pójść następne? Znaczy chciałem pójść w pułapki. To tutaj to będę potrzebował 2 punkty. Większe sobie obrażenia od pułapek o 50%. I też będzie fajnie. Dobra, idziemy tam. O, zrozpili się. Fajnie. Expik. kurwa, pasi brzuch. To ukryty z Wiedźmina?
So you're the one who's been spying on the village. Now that I see you, I understand why you'd rather not show up in person. Oh yeah, I don't hear your voice in my head anymore, actually. You must have figured that out, right? So if you've got a message to deliver, you're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Forget it. I came down here to do two things. Look for mushrooms and kick somebody's ass. And guess what? I ain't found any mushrooms.
The dead walkers come. Your pathetic little village has been discovered, and soon will no longer exist. Today I fall, but dozens of new brothers and sisters will rise from the dead. The Dark Lords will raise me up again, and they will reward me.
Well, your Ice Lords have never messed with a Powder Master, now have they?
If you listen to the rabble who actually live in the swamps, we should head back to the village now. If he was right, and a general is directing the attack, only your power could stop them.
Nie ma tu lootu z bossów. Szkoda trochę. Nic tu więcej nie ma?
Fuck me, Vulcan. Where were you? We were up to our necks in it. They're everywhere. We're holding this gate, but I think the others have been overrun.
Do you know where the captain is?
He headed for the center of the village. Sounded like it wasn't going well over there. You should go and help him. You go back to the captain in the middle of the village.
Dobry ekspik na nich jest. Zobaczę tu na bagnach, czy też są. Szeregowy wsiok jest przekój. Nie, on żyje. Uratowałem dziada. Nie, nie da się wyjść.
The prince is on the move again, and he's not wasting any time.
The puppet he confronts. It is not like the others.
It's more likely to be the puppet master. He looks like a Deadwalker general. He's probably leading the assault on Valvanor.
All of this power he animates with, it belongs to me. It was stolen and twisted by your miserable magicians. It is time to take back what
No właśnie, tak, tylko właśnie dlatego save'a sobie zrobiłem, wiesz? Bo za chwilę się tam cofnę. Na razie nie mogę, bo ten filmik mi się włączył.
He is using more power than thou wilt allow me to deploy.
I can take care of myself, and here's my plan. I'm gonna come at him with everything I've got. Killing their general is gonna screw up our enemies big time. Let's go do it.
Tego sobie tutaj save'a zrobiłem. On tutaj miecz wyciągnął. Tylko... Aha. Dlatego miecz wyciągnął tutaj. Menel dostał, kurwa, rikoszetem. Menelaos. I tylko siedzi i chleje. Ten topór bym mu wziął najchętniej. I tą zbroję jedną. Dobra, to powtarza się. Damy radę. No niestety, co byśmy nie dali. Ma trochę pierdolnięcie, nie powiem. W dupę go kopnę. Dobra, dobra. Zaraz, bo tutaj się robi troszkę niebezpiecznie w tym rogu. Co?
I know not what thy father did to him, but he seems to want to take revenge personally.
Proszę pana.
That was one tough death's head, but it won't command anyone now. Without their general, the Dead Walkers should leave us alone for a while. But they'll reorganize, so we can't stay here.
You're right, mercenary. Let's use the time to leave. It's now or never if we're going to get to Karalthas. My father and the armies of the Free Nations should be there. If we hurry, we may be able to participate in the mother of all battles and finally push back the Ice Lords.
If thou dost throw thyself into this battle, the only thing that thou wouldst find is thy death, and the only chance thou hast for saving this world will disappear with thee. Their armies will not win. He knows this, but that is not what motivates him. He is seeking his father's approval. He wants to buy the crown by delivering us to his king. He believes we are at his command. But he is mistaken. I only serve and live for the World Heart. Thy elven city is closer. I can feel it. Forget these suicidal battles. If thou join with them, thy so-called friends will end up turning against thee out of fear or envy.
Edwin seems to be fascinated by you, and I'm the only one who has supported her. She has no reason to oppose me.
The alliance of pariahs. Do not say that thou dost really believe that. Especially about that sorceress. She will do anything for a bit of power, and thou wouldst cling to her yet? Thou hast no more choice. Thou must hasten to the World Heart and purify it. It is thine only chance. Do combat there, and if thou art not slain, at least one of thy companions, if not all of them, will betray thee to try to control or study the power I bring thee.
Vulcan? Vulcan? You were far away. Is it the demon? He was talking to you, wasn't he?
Yes, it happens sometimes.
You have to make a decision soon. Will you join us in the battle at Karalthas?
I don't know yet.
I understand. It's been a long day. I'll let you think it over for a while. Let me know when you've made a decision.
Dlaczego? Taką podjąłem decyzję. Jakoś nie za bardzo ufam temu kapitanowi. Zresztą ja tu nie ufam nikomu. Najbardziej to jedynie właśnie cycatej, bo uratowała mi życie. To powiedzmy, że ma względem mnie dług wdzięczności. Ale na resztę mam wyjebane. W ogóle im nie ufam.
What do you intend to do now? We can't stay here.
I have to talk things over with the other members of my order. But we planned on going to Karalthas. And I think that is still the best idea. Everything that is left of the human and elf armies is there. If we join forces, we should be strong enough to hold out against the Deadwalkers. The contract with your company only ends once there anyway. And I doubt your captain wants to break it. What's more, it might be an excellent opportunity to learn more about your guest. The Elven sages are famous, and their library holds many reference books. And I suggest, until we should learn more, that you neither listen to it nor obey it. I think it's lying to you, manipulating you, and that it has other goals than just our survival.
Arundel wants me to go with him to Karlthas. What do you think?
You should go with him. Karlthas is our only hope for now, and the prince seems like a good man. We would be safer there. Both the human and elven armies are gathered there, and I believe you may find some answers there also. The elven sages are some of the wisest people on Vertial. If anyone can figure out what has happened to you, they can.
It's pretty obvious what happened to me. A demon has somehow gotten into my head, and now I gotta live with it.
And this does not worry you?
Yeah, it's starting to scare me.
I can imagine. These new powers come at a price, and I fear that you, Vulcan, your very self, may be the price that has to be paid. You must go to Karlthas so they can examine you. I believe you must find a way to control this thing, or even rid yourself of it before it's too late.
Czasami tacy są najbardziej godni zaufania. Po której ten gość do mnie dzwonił? Kurwa. Błędzie, muszę coś sprawdzić. Mówi, że perskie byś nie zaufał za chuja, tak? Można iść na bagna expić? No w sumie to bardzo na razie nie ma sensu. No teraz już nie będzie tu za dużo expa z nich. Może w następnym rozdziale będą jakieś silniejsze potworki.
Prince Arundel is asking us to join up with his forces in Karlthas to fight the Dead Walker army. What do you think?
For years now, the Knight has fought in many battles and with many different armies. The generals, the kings, and the chiefs of those armies were usually ready to sacrifice the lives of their men with no remorse in order to win. If the mercenary goes to Karlthas, this prince will use him for his own purposes and sacrifice him if needs be. He cares for nothing beyond his own safety. And if he is faced with the Ice Lords, he would turn and flee, as did his brothers before him. The Knight is weary of these doubts and petty thoughts. He wishes to return to the attack and strike the Ice Lords at their very hearts. If he was in the mercenaries' place, he would listen to the demon and follow its plan. And he would like to know that he would not stand alone in this final battle.
We'll be able to break camp soon. Where's our next objective?
For now, we're going to stick with the Red Scribes. They haven't paid us yet, and they won't until we reach Karlthas. In any case, that's where we're headed. I sent Wolf on ahead of us a few weeks ago to see if he could find fresh volunteers for us, but I don't think there's much hope of that. This war is looking worse and worse for us. In 10 years fighting, the Deadwalkers haven't lost a single battle. I suppose we could hide for a while. But considering what's left of Vertial, that would be like hiding in a pile of ashes. We have to come up with some alternatives. And for now, I can only think of one. The demon. For the moment, it's the only card we have left to play.
Thy captain is less stubborn than thee. Methinks I should perhaps have chosen him as a vessel.
That's not a good idea, Captain. As long as we still don't know what he is, and more importantly, what he wants, I wouldn't trust him.
Hejka,
Well, up
Kamcia,
until now, he's
witam.
been useful. I think if he'd wanted to harm us, he would have already done it, huh? But it's you that has to live with him, so I guess it's up to you.
Do you think we ought to follow the prince to Karothas?
If you want to get to the World Heart, we'll need to go by there. But the prince's company seems both unnecessary and dangerous. Believe me, I know his type all too well. Invested with a mission he is soon overwhelmed by, probably named by some obscure prophecy. In the name of his family, or because of an idealized vision of his future duties as sovereign, he will give his all. In other words, all his imbecility. Chasing after glory and honor unprepared and unprotected, he will only lead us to disaster.
Seeing the shit we're in, I don't think he's doing it just for the glory. He's got an interest in having everybody survive.
And in making it look like everyone has survived entirely due to his talents, and not those of a mercenary who can produce flames and defeat a general of the Deadwalkers. Do you really believe he wants you around just because he enjoys your company? Not to mention the increasing threat implied by our friends dressed all in red.
What do you suggest we do?
When we get to Karothas, we better give them the slip and head to Blackfrost's domain.
Why should we go down there?
Because those lands are positioned quite close to the city of the elves, and like all the lands of the Ice Lords, it's a point of entry into the World Heart.
I can't just leave. The prince is waiting to hear my decision.
O, dupa. Nie pójdziemy na bagna poekspić.
I can't just leave. The prince is waiting to hear my decision.
Dobrze. No to za decyzja, no to idziemy, no to.
There you are at last. So, have you made your decision?
We will go together to Karothas, but once there our paths must part. I have to find the World Heart and purify it.
I hope that you will change your mind on the way. We will need you.
Nie, inaczej mu odpowiem. Kurwa. Ja pierdolę, żeby nie można było normalnie wcisnąć escape'a, wziąć loada, przyspieszyć kurwa filmiku czy czegoś. Nie lubię tego w grach strasznie. Dobra, spierdalaj. Później z tobą pogadam.
You coming, Vulcan? Your captain will be wondering where we are.
Huh?
Kurwa.
There you are at last.
I will fight with you at Karothas. Your army may be our only chance of victory.
Idiot! Thou hast sentenced thyself to death.
Gdzieś. Gdzieś, hen, daleko, za górami, za lasami.
And now
Now we will go with the others to Carolthas, to swell our ranks, combine our forces, and face the Deadwalker army on equal terms.
Equal terms? Because thou hast slain a vassal far from his master? Do not presume too much upon this body. Now draw close to the domain of one of these necromancers. Faced with his power, 1,000 soldiers more or less will make no difference. The power to slay this vermin lies within us. But it cannot be used from such a weak vessel, nor can it even be protected from those who covet it.
I am more and more powerful.
Yes, yet still not powerful enough. And this city is of no interest. The necromancer will lay waste to it with a wave of his hand. While he tarries, thou must make haste to reach his palace.
You said that I lacked the power. I will not throw myself into the wolf's jaws.
When thou returnest to the world heart, none will stand before us. Thou wouldst already possess the power to destroy this sorcerer and his like, if thou hadst but allowed the evolution of this useless body. Look upon thyself. Thou art duped.
Vulcan, have you seen something?
They use thee.
Stepy Karaldas.
Coming, Vulcan? Your captain will be wondering where we are.
Huh? Yes, of course. Let's go.
To jakiś zameczek.
There you are, sire. Right. Change of plan. Seeing how cold it is, it will come as no surprise to you to learn that the Deadwalkers have already been here. They're still close.
We must rejoin my father's army as swiftly as we may.
I think we already found them. Take a look around us.
There are survivors. Apparently they are camped not far from here. This soldier will lead us to them.
Prince Arundel, my lord, can it be you? Soldier, what happened here? Is the king with you?
The Deadwalkers took us by surprise. The cold and the ice. We stood no chance. Almost all of the city has been invaded by the ice.
My father, where is the king?
Ten książę wygląda trochę jak agent Smith z tego, z Matrixa, tylko z brodą.
Valen is here. Take us to his camp.
By your leave. Follow me, my lord.
Telefon dzwoni. Ja za chwilę wracam.
My prince, we had lost all hope of seeing you return safe. We have no word from Bastion.
Bastion is lost, Valen. We came into this war too late. The General of the Alliance gave his life that I should escape with Relmar.
The deserter. What business did he have at Bastion?
The deserter was fighting, while you and your wondrous army waited, warm and safe, sat upon their asses. I hope the result is pleasing to you, Valen.
Silence, both of you. Relmar saved my life, Valen. For now, you will consider him pardoned.
By your will, my lord. And I see that you are escorted by the Freeborn Blades.
In truth, they are escorting the Red Scribes, but their presence is our good fortune. They have already once put the Dead Walkers to rout in the marshes. This man slew one of their generals before my very eyes. I will tell you more of this later. Now I must speak with my father. Where is he?
No one knows, my prince. The king was still in the royal palace when the river Estelduin fell upon the city.
The river? What happened?
'Twas like a great wave that froze all that it touched. We had seen the approach of the Deadwalkers' vanguard 4 days before, and we had raised Caroltas's defenses in preparation. Not even the sight of 10 juggernauts would have feared us, but we never dreamt that an Ice Lord would come to lead the assault himself. He walked calmly to within an arrow's flight of the gates, never once speaking. And then, the river rose up from its bed to form a gigantic cloud that hung up over Caroltas. We understood our peril too late. Near all of our soldiers stood atop the ramparts or in the streets when the ice cloud fell. All were frozen where they stood. That was his signal to launch their assault, but we were already vanquished. We fought to cover our retreat.
We must find the king!
I know, my prince, but every entry to the city is guarded, and we cannot risk being discovered.
It is clear we will not travel 200 paces if we do not first slay the sentinels close to the encampment. Only then will we be able to attempt to enter the city and save your father.
I'll go find your king for you.
Vulcan, did you hear me ask for volunteers? Our mission is over. The Red Scribes have screwed up from start to end, but they're in the hands of the Elven army now.
Captain, since we're here, we may as well make ourselves useful, right? And we have to get inside those walls if we want to know what happened to Wolf and the other blades we left here.
Ah, Vulcan. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
That is why I shall go with him. I grew up in this city. We shall help one another.
My prince, you know well it is my duty to object to you taking such a risk.
And you also know that your objections will change nothing. No man here knows the palace better than I. If my father is within, I will find him.
By your word, sire. But I fear most what other things you may find. I can but put my trust in your newfound champion to watch over your highness.
Don't forget, you'll have to deal with those sentinels before you try anything else, Vulcan. Meanwhile, the lads will set up camp near the south gate.
Understood, Captain.
Dobra, załatwiłem, ale muszę wziąć jeszcze raz loada, bo ja nie słyszałem w ogóle tej rozmowy, bo musiałem wejść na chwilę, co tutaj w tym obozie było. Muszę jeszcze raz wczytać. Przewinę tylko ten moment, co był. Muszę jeszcze raz sobie tą rozmowę odsłuchać. Kurwa, trzeci raz. Ale to nie jest to. To przewinę, tylko tam później... Znaczy przewinę, przyspieszę. Tylko to w tym obozie, bo tego nie słyszałem. Tam będzie jeszcze pierdolił coś. Do widzenia. I jak skończę rozmawiać w obozie, to idę coś zjeść. A nie wiem. Może tam kiedyś, jak będę drugi raz przechodził, no ale to nie za szybko, nie?
You coming, Vulcan? Your captain will be wondering where we are.
Huh?
We must...
Na razie jestem człowiekiem i mi demony nie w głowie.
My prince, we had lost all hope of seeing you return safe. We have no word from Bastion.
Bastion is lost, Valen. We came into this war too late. The General of the Alliance gave his life that I should escape with Relmar.
The deserter. What business did he have at Bastion?
The deserter was fighting, while you and your wondrous army waited warm and safe, sat upon their asses. I hope the result is pleasing to you, Valen.
Silence, both of you. Relmar saved my life, Valen. For now you will consider him pardoned.
By your will, my lord. And I see that you are escorted by the freeborn blades.
In truth, they are escorting the Red Scribes, but their presence is our good fortune. They have already once put the dead walkers to rout in the marshes. This man slew one of their generals before my very eyes. I will tell you more of this later. Now I must speak with my father. Where is he?
No one knows, my prince. The king was still in the royal palace when the river Estelduin fell upon the city.
The river? What happened?
'Twas like a great wave that froze all that it touched. We had seen the approach of the Deadwalkers' vanguard 4 days before, and we had raised Kariltas's defenses in preparation. Not even the sight of 10 juggernauts would have feared us, but we never dreamt that an Ice Lord would come to lead the assault himself. He walked calmly to within an arrow's flight of the gates, never once speaking. And then the river rose up from its
Trzeba
bed
będzie
to form a
podekspić
gigantic cloud that hung
naszego
up over
bohatera.
Kariltas. We understood our peril
I'm sorry.
too late. Near all of our soldiers stood atop the ramparts or in the streets when the ice cloud fell. All were frozen where they stood. That was his signal to launch their assault, but we were already vanquished. We fought to cover our retreat.
We must find the king!
I know, my prince, but every entry to the city is guarded, and we cannot risk being discovered.
It is clear you're not
Można to zrobić jakiś reset skilli? Nie można chyba, nie? No tak, kurde. To ostatnie to mistrzostwa, z tego nie korzystam, bo mi many brakuje, chyba że jakąś manę podbiję.
I'll go find your king for you.
Vulcan, did you hear me ask for volunteers?
Ten płonący miecz mi wystarcza na razie.
The Red
I
Scribes
ta
are
furia.
screwed up from start to end, but they're in the hands of the Elven army now.
Captain, since we're here, we
Nie
may
da
as
się,
well
nie?
make ourselves useful,
O
right?
chuj.
And we have to get
No
inside
i
those
tak,
walls
podekspię
if we wanna
sobie,
know
to
what happened
punktów mi
to Wolf
starczy
and
na
the
to,
other
co,
blades we left here.
na to, co chcę sobie właśnie dać jeszcze.
You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
That is why I shall go with him.
No, agent Smith z broną jak nic, ten z Matrixa, nie?
My prince, you know
Chociaż
well
bardziej
it is my
wygląda
duty to
jak
object to
ten...
you taking such a risk.
No to w sumie ten sam
And
aktor
you
grał.
also know that your objections will change
Tego księcia
nothing.
elfów
No man here
z
knows the
Władcy
palace better than
Pierścieni.
I. If my father is
Ten
within,
sam aktor co
I
agenta
will
Smitha.
find him.
I podobny z
By
ryja.
your word, sire. But I fear most what other things you may find. I can but put my trust in your newfound champion to watch over your highness.
Don't forget,
Ja mam
you'll have
wyjebane
to deal with
demona.
those sentinels before you try anything else, Vulcan. Meanwhile, the lads will set up camp near the south gate.
Głodny jest.
Understood, Captain.
Głodny jestem, idę coś zjeść. Wracam za jakieś 10 minut. Co? Randil dołączył do drużyny? A na chuj mi ją. Dobra, później to wszystko sobie tu przeszukamy, tylko coś zjem. No z pustym żołądkiem to mi się źle szuka. Także wracam za jakieś 10 minut. Smithy to jest w ogóle agent. Dobra, zaraz wracam. No dobra, bierzemy się za zwiedzanie nowych lokacji. Szukanie skarbów, pieniążków. Pieniążków nie ma za dużo w tej grze. Straszna bida. Gdzie cycata jest w ogóle? Jak to wygląda? Ło, więcej tu ich nie mogło najebać tych napisów? To jeszcze się pierwszy rozdział nie skończył? Jak to kurwa jest? Nie, to jeszcze się nie skończył pierwszy rozdział. Hełm tropiciela. No nieźle. I odporność na truciznę, no może być. Dobra.
Damn, it's freezing here. Aren't you cold?
I've spent many winters in libraries with no heating. After that, you hardly notice the cold. Which reminds me, do you know if the library in the city is still intact?
No idea. You looking for any book in particular?
Not a book, many books. The elves have the most advanced culture in the world. Their libraries contain works of inestimable value. We should find them. They could be useful to us.
A to i tak z cytatą na razie nie będę chodził, tylko z tym chyba. Ze Smithem.
But I will try to go with you so you can find your books later. Promise.
Mercenary, I owe you my life. I'll never forget that.
How did you get out of your coma in the village?
I don't know. All I know is that I opened my eyes and heard the sound of fighting. I just had the time to grab my weapon and get out into the village square. It looked like the general of the Deadwalkers was waiting for me. Sometimes the sense of duty is more powerful than the pain of wounds.
Maybe the cure we made finally worked.
Relmar told me about that. Maybe you saved my life twice, not just once. Who knows? In any case, I owe you a lot. I won't forget it.
Do you know Relmar well?
I knew him well. A long time ago, when we were young. He and I were milk brothers. We grew up together in my father's palace. But life goes on, and by the time we were adults, we were forced apart. Relmar defied my father's authority and openly rebelled against his people. He betrayed us.
He had a good reason for it.
A good reason? What reason? Dragging us into a war with the Ice Lords without preparation?
It's true that entering this war without preparation would have been madness. At least you're still here, unlike a lot of people. He should have listened to his king.
That's what I believe. We would have been massacred like the others if we'd fought from the beginning of the conflict. Relmar betrayed his people, his king, and his best friend. He weakened us by trying to divide us. And understand that I'm not saying this lightly.
Why did the elves enter the war so late?
That decision cost us dearly. It isn't easy to watch the other peoples of Vertiel suffer and fall one after the other. But our king felt that we needed to gain time. We had information about the Deadwalkers that led us to be careful. Long before the war officially began, they were already crushing all of their opponents far to the north.
And you said nothing? You could have warned the other kingdoms.
We told them to avoid the fight, to flee and regroup. They didn't listen to us. So we preferred to stay neutral and not provoke the Ice Lords. They must have known they couldn't defeat us without losing a large part of their strength. So they saved the greatest prize for the last. We thought that our best trained troops could halt them. We underestimated them, and neglected to take into account the fact that each army they defeated made them stronger.
Are you from Carolthas?
Yes, I was born there. I spent most of my life there. Carolthas is one of the most ancient of our cities. I mean, it was. We knock things down so seldom that the city is built in layers. But I've unfortunately never visited the underground levels, and I'm unfamiliar with the passageways there. I suppose that's why you asked the question.
I'll be going now.
Vulcan, I hope you've got good news.
I still haven't found your passageway beneath the city.
It's there, somewhere, and we have to find it. It's our only chance.
Do the Deadwalkers still hold the main road?
Still, and it's a problem. We won't be able to secure the perimeter for long with the undead nearby. And we won't be able to take Carolthas with that road in enemy hands.
I'll take care of those walking corpses before your men ever need to worry about them.
Thank you. That should give my men enough time to finish our mission.
I have some questions I'd like to ask you. How did you survive the Battle of Carolthas?
I was lucky. When we got wind of the arrival of the Deadwalkers, our king sent me to reconnoiter. I was outside Carolthas when they attacked. Over the days that followed, I tried to gather together as many survivors as I could. Alas, that was all I could do.
Do you have any information about what's going on in the city?
Very little. I can only trust what the last soldiers who got out have said. Apparently, most of the Deadwalker troops have left, including Lord Blackfrost. He assigned one of his concubines to control the region, but I have no idea what kind of creature we're dealing with. That said, if the Ice Lords keep to their usual tactics, they'll clean up the last pockets of resistance and start transferring their prisoners.
Do you know if there's any other resistance in Vertiel?
The rare information I get these days is not good. Several human kingdoms have capitulated unconditionally. The Chiller has apparently laid waste to one of the major elf settlements in the east. We have no news of the others. There are probably pockets of resistance, but they are tiny and have no hope against the Deadwalkers.
One more reason to hold here. We are Vertiel's last hope. What can you tell me about the prince?
I understand what you're asking. Is he up to it? The answer is yes. Since the start of this war, the prince has always been in the front line. He has demonstrated skill and courage, sometimes endangering his own life. He has, of course, taken some unnecessary risks, but the situation was different then. I think he'll be more cautious in the future.
I see. The young prince wanted to prove to his father that he was deserving of his affection.
He was merely seeking to protect his people.
I'll be going now.
Vulcan?
What can you tell me about the
I understand what you're asking.
I'll be going now.
Just in time, Vulcan. I'm afraid I need your help again.
What happened to you now?
To me, nothing. It's about my people. Have you ever heard of the Stone of Souls?
No. Worth a lot?
No. I mean, yes. It's priceless, but it's not for sale.
I'm not sure I follow you.
I'll explain. Every elf possesses a Stone of Souls, which contains the memories and emotions from all the greatest moments of his life. These stones are passed from generation to generation. It's a way of preserving the memories of our people and of honoring our ancestors. With all of those who died at Carolthas, there are thousands of stones abandoned in the city. We cannot just leave them there. You are no doubt the one who will be traveling to our city the most. If you could bring back as many of them as possible, I'd be eternally grateful. Actually, all of my people would be in your debt. At least the ones who still live.
All right, I'll take care of it. But don't expect to see me dancing around with a wheelbarrow full of rocks.
That would in fact be an amusing sight. But I do get your meaning. Whenever you can, check the bodies of elves you come across and collect the stones. Even if we manage to save only a very few, we will at least preserve some of the memories of my people.
I'll see what I can do. Let's change the subject. I'll leave you here.
Yes?
I have a few questions. I'm guessing this is not the way you'd always imagined coming back to your lands.
For years now, I've been waiting for the day when I could go back to my city. But deep inside, I've dreaded this moment. If I was ever coming back home, it could only mean one of two things. Either I'd been captured by my people, or I'd been forgiven because I was right. I would have preferred being captured. My city has fallen, and I do not recognize it.
This is no time to feel sorry for yourself. This war is not over yet, and your people need you now more than ever.
We have been swept away. There is no more army, no more supply base, and nothing left to fight for.
How long have you been harassing the Deadwalker army without getting caught by your people?
Nearly 7 years.
7 years of guerrilla warfare, and you're still here. You know exactly how Carolthas is laid out. You are going to be essential in the days to come.
Perhaps. We shall see.
Let's change the subject. I'll leave you here.
Vulcan, I have to talk to you about Edwin. I saw you getting friendly with her. You should be more careful. She is not what she pretends to be.
I know she's not playing straight with us. She's got her little secrets, just like everyone else.
You don't understand. It's a lot more serious than little secrets. I found some very worrying information in one of the last books I read. 200 or 300 years ago, there were other groups of sages and magicians, like the Red Scribes. One of these orders was called the White Lords.
So you think that they were the ancestors of the Ice Lords or something? What does that have to do with Edwin?
I'm getting to that. The White Lords lived in the north of Vertil, out in the ice. We know little about them. For a long time it was believed they had disappeared. But in reality, they somehow transformed themselves. And in one of the books that I consulted, I found an engraving of a woman, one of their leaders. It was the portrait of that witch.
It is suspicious. We'll have to check it out.
Since you seem so close to her, try to find out more about her past. How old is she? Where was she born? I don't know. Just something, anything that might give her away.
I will have to be careful so she doesn't get wise to me.
Keep me informed, but believe me, I'm almost sure it is her.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What do you want to know?
I've been thinking about the books in the library. I still haven't managed to find a library for the moment. But this is not really the moment. We have bigger fish to fry. See you later.
I have nothing to say to you, mercenary. You want to follow these gutless elves? That's your choice, not ours. Now leave us!
Zaraz zajebie.
Good day, even if the expression isn't necessarily appropriate. Can I help you?
I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Can you tell me more about the battle?
Battle? I don't really think you could call it that. We got wiped off the field. A defeat they'll be singing about in 1,000 years, if there's still anyone left to sing. Just when our troops were getting ready to take the Deadwalkers' assault, that monster Blackfrost appeared at their head. And in a flash, the Estelduin left its banks and came down on the city, then froze most of our troops under these huge blocks of ice. Not many survived, and our city, well, you can see for yourself.
How did you manage to survive?
I guess that's the advantage of being a smith. The fireplaces protected me, and I had the time to escape before the undead showed up. Without my equipment, unfortunately.
Do you know the prince personally?
I've done business with His Highness, yes, but I wouldn't say I really know him. I was honored enough to forge the first suit of armor that the king gave him. But I guess you're not really interested in the past. I can tell you that he hasn't let up since the war started. Several times after he came back to Carlthus, I've repaired his equipment, and from what I've seen, he must have been in the thick of things. I suppose he's our ruler now, as his father, may his soul reach the jewel, is dead.
What can you tell me about the king?
What do you want to know? He was lost in the battle, unfortunately. He was a great king, wise and cautious. Maybe too much so if you can believe what's happening to us these days. I guess that despite everything, we should be grateful to him that we are the last to fall.
Where's the elven army?
Army? What army? Our forces were decimated by the ice, and more died after that, killed by the undead or by despair. As for those who are still here, their equipment is battered, and I can't do a thing. What can an army hope to do like that?
Do you know Relmar?
Do I know him? He's a legend for us. His repute has grown since this war began. But to be honest, it wasn't always this way. He robbed so many convoys and carts, every craftsman and merchant hated him, including me. But how can we keep hating him now? In the end, he was right.
Let's talk about something else. Show me what you have to sell.
Alas, not much. I'm missing so much equipment, but have a look. You might find something you like.
Mercenary!
How did you manage to make it through the battle?
Bit of luck, just like with everyone who survived. I pulled guard duty so many times in a row that I was sent on R&R. If you really want to know, I was in a steam room when the attack came, having a really hot bath. It was horrible. The deathly silence that fell on the city just like that, with just that awful cracking of ice. Anyway, I jumped into my uniform and ran like crazy until I found my commander. And now here I am. Nothing really heroic about it, I'm afraid.
What can you tell me about your commander?
I hardly know him. I wasn't in his unit. As far as I know, he wasn't that high up, but he's the highest ranking officer we have left. Anyway, I have to admit that he managed to bring us together, set up camp, and get a bit of cohesion going on us fugitives. That's not too bad.
How are things going in the camp?
Bah, we're short of everything and morale's not great. But we're together and alive. And most of us are really pissed off. In a way, you could say everything's fine. Even if I heard that the survivors from the human army were kicking up a bit of a fuss.
I'm leaving.
A good day to you, mercenary.
Greetings, mercenary. What can I do for you?
Can I have a look at your stock? Do you have a moment? I wanted to ask you a few things. What do you know about Carolthas?
It's a very ancient city, far more ancient than it appears. The elves are master preservers of architecture. They shrink from destroying, preferring to construct new strata on top. You can find traces of Carolthas in works that are over 1,000 years old. Some buildings, like the Royal Palace, are of unequaled complexity. But the city also incorporates more primitive districts, and there must be underground areas as a result of all these piles.
What happened here?
As far as I understand it, the Elfin army was caught unaware by powerful magic that buried them under ice in an instant.
They didn't stand a chance.
And how could they? Such magic requires the presence of a very powerful sorcerer, someone on the order of an Ice Lord. They rarely take to the battlefield, but when they do, all hope is lost. Rumor here has it that it was the work of Blackfrost.
Who is this Blackfrost?
Don't tell me that you don't know the name.
Don't take me for an idiot. I know what he is, but that doesn't really help much, does it?
He's one of the Seven. He's known for his craftiness, his guile. He prefers using magic rather than his armies. In the past, he used to be more discreet. But for 2 years now, he's been leading the Deadwalkers' assaults, and is regularly seen in the front lines.
What changed?
I don't know. The Ice Lord's alliance is a delicate balance. It is possible that this is the result of an internal power struggle. He has certain abilities that make him fit for the role. Blackfrost is without a doubt very effective. Just look at the destruction around us.
Let's change the subject. Later.
Huh. If I knew how messed up everything was gonna be. You know what a pain in the ass it was hauling my cart here?
I bet. But we're lucky you followed us. We could do with a good smith.
Yeah, well, seeing what's left of the village, it's not like I had a choice. And with you around, business is better than ever. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Let me see what you've made this time.
Czego on jest taki drogi?
I wish I could go
O,
out
jest
on a
ten, co
recon,
patelnią w
but the
ryja
captain
dostał.
says I have to stay here.
What is it, Vulcan?
I wanted to ask you. The Blades who were in the city, do you think they made it?
I hope so. I really hope so. After all, they shouldn't have been taking part in the battle. With a bit of luck, they weren't in the front lines when the ice wave struck. Generally, the Ice Lords don't kill those they capture. They like to keep their prisoners close by.
No właśnie.
Let's hope that our lads are amongst them, and maybe we can free them.
What do you think of this situation?
The same as I always thought, that all of this fuss has made absolutely no difference. We are in the shite, and the only sensible thing to do is get the hell out of here as quick as possible.
You don't think we have any chance of winning?
How can you ask yourself that question, standing in front of this devastation? Either you're blind or stupid. Good gods, a whole army was decimated in the blink of an eye.
Do you know Carolthas?
I came here a long time ago, at the beginning of the war. We hoped at the time that the elves would help us. I was soon disavowed of that little fantasy. There they were, all safe and sound in their city, totally disinterested in taking any risk for any other races. I didn't stay long. When I learned that there was a battle brewing, and that the last of the human armies was gathering here, I sent a couple of our lads hoping to recruit some good men.
Let's change the subject. I have to go.
The Knight knows this region well. He came here once before while he was protecting a delegation from the Alliance on the way to visit with the King of the Elves. He would like to reconnoiter the area. He thinks he can find things that would be of great use to his friend.
If you think you can find something useful, go ahead. But remember, the position of the camp must stay secret, and try to come back in one piece. Hey, Buffalo. I see nobody's managed to kill you yet.
Not before I've seen you blown up by one of your toys.
How's the company doing?
If you were to spend less time hanging around with your new friends, you'd know. It's not wine and roses. Already there weren't many of us, and now it looks like our only hope of success in this goddamn war is lying over there, colder than my granny's tomb. We can't last too long in this situation. The captain has to decide to make a move.
I reckon the Deadwalker army will find us before we have the chance to desert. Have you had time to talk to the human soldiers?
Yes, but they didn't say much. I don't think they trust us, or the Red Scribes, or anyone for that matter. They were just as stupid as we were. They thought they were going to join up with a great army to be safe. As you can imagine, they're a little disappointed.
Do you think they'll stay?
I don't think they're in any mood to fight. Once they've seen to their wounded, they'll be out of here the first chance they get.
What do you think happened here?
That we are no more than fucking insects to those bastard Ice Lords. Just one of them was able to wipe out this city with magic. We have no choice if we follow the rules. We have to find another way. Maybe your little flame problem could be a solution.
For now, we know nothing.
Tell you what, if you save our asses, I'll buy a round of drinks every day for the rest of my life.
I knew I needed some kind of motivation. I'm going. Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
I would like to ask you a few questions. I always hear people talking about the World Heart. What exactly is it?
First, forget all the children's stories about a friendly force for good, or its mythical dimension. The world heart is very real. It is above all a source of power. It is from there that magic comes, as well as certain energies necessary for the proper functioning of our world. These energies can be captured and used. That is what magicians do. In their own way, each draws his power from the world heart.
The demon insists we must purify it. That mean anything to you?
It's a good bet it is referring indirectly to the Ice Lords. As you know, those magicians have access to immeasurable power. This power has an origin and a cost. They drew it from the world heart with a veracity that is truly limitless. Each of the Ice Lords' palaces has a portal linking it to the source. Imagine leeches sucking away endlessly on the energy which feeds them. To purify it, you'd have to rid the world heart of all those leeches.
So all we have to do is go to this place nobody knows and clean out the all-powerful magical parasites. Sounds like a plan to me. Aren't you cold like that?
Is that your polite way of suggesting I'm indecently dressed?
I was simply concerned about your health.
Oh, how touching. But after having spent nights on end, trapped in a cage in the middle of the swamps, I can assure you that catching a cold is not highest on the list of things I worry about.
We're going to try to take back the town. Any suggestions?
Yes, of course. You'll need to locate a unicorn, a few leprechauns, and perhaps a fairy or two. They are your last, best hope for retaking the town.
So you're saying it's impossible?
You catch on quickly. The might of the entire elven army was swept away in a few minutes. The red scribes and freeborn blades are only a few dozen strong. Be realistic. Your allies are disintegrating. You'd be better off fleeing this place.
And then what? Wait for the war to be lost? Put off dying another month or two until the Deadwalker army finds us?
You could hide yourself and learn how to control your demon. I could help you and speed your progress.
No way. I'm not gonna leave the others to die.
This incomprehensible affection for lost causes is going to be the death of you one day. But you could learn a few things in combat, I suppose.
What happened at Carolthas? Have you ever seen that before?
Wait until your enemies have gathered and then take them by surprise using magic. The attack on this city bears the mark of Black Frost. To cast a spell capable of freezing a river, he would have to be here in person. It's possible that he's still in the area. He could be your key to the World Heart. Find him and eliminate him, and the door to your goal will open.
Thanks.
Greetings, mercenary. I hope you're here to help us defeat the Deadwalkers.
Taki mam plan. A plan jest dobry. Dobra. Byłoby tu pozwiedzać. Tam są bramy, tam jest lodowa biblioteka. Biblioteka pana Jacka. Tu by poszedł na lewo, tam później na prawo. Będzie fajnie. Co tu mamy do zabicia w ogóle? Tu ktoś leży. Gdzie jest exp? O, tam chodzi exp. Już palą magiczną. Ja bym zapierdolił. A ty to kto jesteś?
We'll be watching this sector. Thank you for your help, mercenary. The going's a bit steep, so be careful where you step.
Jutro idziemy na polowanie. Ale to ja jestem dalej w pierwszym rozdziale, nie? Czy jak? Bo ja już nie wiem teraz. Drugi? To dlaczego mi mam pokazane zadania z pierwszego rozdziału? O co tu chodzi? Rozdział pierwszy, Miasto Umarłych. Odbij wieże obserwacyjne Karatas. A akt drugi. Dobra, okej. Akty to są. Czekaj, bo ja sobie źle patrzyłem. Otwórzcie, kurwa, te drzwi. Tu jest ten z tą taką szabelką, kurwa. Tak? Tak mocno napierdala. Jest tam. Dawaj mi tą szabelkę, skurwysynku. No i nie dał. Taką fajną ma. No i dlaczegoż? Nie dał mi szabelki. To z niego jest ham paskudny. Dobry. Już kurwa i znowu straciłem many przez ten przerywnik. Żeby mi tu po plecach strzelał, skurwysynku. Leżeć tu i kwiczeć.
Thanks for the help, mercenary. We're going to keep watch in this sector.
No zajebiście. Miejcie tu oko, no. Tu, kurwa. Gdzie ty mnie tu plujesz?
If I were you, I wouldn't go near the main gate to the city. There are a lot of deadwalkers over there.
Właśnie po to tam idę, żeby ekspić. Tam dołem można też. To z czego śmiesz? Dzień dobry. Gdzie mi tu kurwa z tym badylem? Do floty pająku wypierdalaj. No to po exp trzeba iść, no przecież nie zostawię. Jak mam zostawić exp? Co oni ochujeli? Nic tu więcej nie ma? Wężowe języki, na chuj mi języki. Jakiś fajny miecz mógłby mi wypaść. Albo co? Chyba jakieś części ekwipunku. Może się tego zbroi. To mi na chuj. Mężowe języki. Języki świętej Weroniki. Tasaki. Miyagi. Pan Miyagi. Pan Miyagi był... A co to jest? Na poziom skoczyłem? Nie. Miyagi. Miyagi to był w tym. Karate Kid, tak? Tam był pan Miyagi. To, zostawcie. Księciu nie dostał w pierdol. No i co? Teraz czekać aż wstanie. Ty, kurwa, gościu. To. Może to kurwa zjebałem, nie tak chciałem, za chwilę padnę. Dobra, Stefan. Księciu leży i ma wyjebane. Dawaj, dziadu. Pańcowaty, gdzie ty jesteś? A mi się chce, kurwa. Szkielety, znaczy sztylety, nie szkielety. Protektor. O, tu nie jest ten mieczyk? Ten co tyle kosztował? Nie, to jakaś chujnia jest trochę. Chociaż 55. Szansa nakryta ma 3. Co my tu możemy zrobić ciekawego? Szansa nakryta. Dał szansę nakryta jeszcze. Tak. Gdzie my tu w ogóle jesteśmy? Tu jesteśmy. Tam przyszedłem chyba, nie? Tu zwiedzałem. Nie, tu jest jeszcze dwójka niby zaznaczona. A co to jest ta dwójka? Aha, to jest ta biblioteka? Biblioteka. Dobra. Tylko tam jeszcze mogłem do miasta pójść. Widzę questa oddać, ale to za chwilę. Tu skrzynkę otworzyłem, dobra. Tutaj byłem, tu tam na lewo. O, tu takie niewidzialne przejście jest. Ukryte takie. Można się tu schować. Komuś zajebać tak z ukrycia. Jeb. Dużo można, no. No to tu nic. Nie, jest tu coś jedno. Ale jakiś kurwa ekwipunek lepszy. Nie ma. Tak jest. No. Na razie nie idziemy.
We got a problem.
Trying to force our way through would be a terrible error. We would alert the whole city.
We have to find another way.
A to tam łazi jakiś. Gołem górą. Nic tu nie ma. No tak jak się chce, wiesz, w każdą dziurę zaglądnąć, to jest pierdolenia. Co tu było? A, porozpili się, tak? Kurwa, ten książę to jest chuja wart. Taka kurwa łajza z niego, że ja pierdolę. Jak on może dowodzić elfami? Jak on się kurwa nadaje na mydło co najwyżej. Ten napierdala mocno tym mieczykiem. A nie, ja tu nie byłem. nie, że oni się zrespili. Ja to po prostu nie zaglądałem chyba. Dziwne, nie, wydaje się, ja tu byłem, tylko tą skrzynię przeoczyłem. Aha, wiem dlaczego nie mogę wejść do biblioteki, bo ja stamtąd miałem pójść do biblioteki. Jak tam mój udźwig? 77. Kto to chciał to zadanie? Ten? Ten.
The Deadwalker's sentinels are no longer a problem, for now.
It's a start, but the main door is still out of reach. But now we're free to approach the city and look for another way in.
Until the guard changes, or until they realize they haven't heard from them for a while and stronger patrols come down on us like a ton of bricks.
The die is cast. We have to go fast and be ready to fight to get our city back. If there is a way in, you can bet the Deadwalkers have secured it. Those abominations are everywhere.
Not necessarily. They're pretty careless when they don't have a general behind them telling them what to do. Victory will have softened them up a bit. As long as nobody raises the alarm, we should be able to count on that.
Let's hope so. And while we're on this subject, there's something else you can do for us.
Ask away.
The Deadwalkers still control the main road. One of the towers you took is near one of their barricades. When the undead notice they've lost contact with their sentinels, that tower will be the first on their list of places to visit, and it won't hold out for long. The soldiers I posted there will do their duty to the end, but if we could eliminate the barricade to gain as much time as possible, it would be a lot better for us.
Save your spit. The barricade's no longer a problem. It was in my way, too.
Really? Excellent. Now we can keep watch everywhere on the steps.
I'll be going now.
Rękawice łowcy. Co to za rękawiczki? Nic się nie zmarnuje osiągnięcie. Pewnie, że się nie zmarnuje. O, dzionek się zbliża. Dobra, co my tu mamy zrobić? Coś tutaj? No mi się też nie chce bawić w młoty, bo strasznie powolne. Topory też są powolne. No szybsze od młotów, ale powolne. Ja zawsze mieczem lubię napierdalać. Zawsze ta szybkość ataku nadrabia. Czasami zanim się zamachnie kurwa tym młotem, to go zabiją ze 3 razy. Jest Messie Smithy. Siemano Italiano Mariano. Mariano Italiano. Agent Smither. Kto tu się napierdala z nim? Co tu się dzieje? Ten umarlak jest po mojej stronie? Fajnie. A, to król chyba.
Now I've seen everything. The Deadwalkers kicking each other's asses.
I beg your pardon?
What? This one talks. What the hell are you, a lich? A zombie scribe?
We've only known one another a few seconds, and already you insult me. Charming, I must say.
If you aren't one of them, then what are you?
I am an immortal superior spirit. And you?
So you're an Ice Lord. I thought you'd be taller or something.
I have absolutely no involvement with that bunch of cheapskate conjurers, and I would never humiliate myself by working for them, since that's what you seem to be
A nic w
suggesting.
sumie. Agent Smithy.
Rotting flesh sticking out bones? You sure as hell look like a damn Deadwalker to me.
Tut tut. Did no one ever tell you not to judge a book by its cover? It's true that you're young, but use your wits. Would I be fighting my own troops if what you suggest were the truth?
All I can be sure of is that you're not really alive, and that makes you my enemy. And what's more, you're in my way.
Po co z nim walczyć?
Enough! I yield. This rotting body will not survive more punishment. In all my 6,000 years, I have never witnessed such power. You seem to be as unique a being as I am. What is the source of your power? What are you?
There's a demon inside me. A creature of flame that claims to come from the world heart.
How fascinating. Even if the term demon seems to lack precision. Nonetheless, I must confess that in spite of my vast knowledge, I have no idea what this entity really is. At last, something interesting. I was almost dying of boredom. I suspect that exploring what's inside you will probably be quite exciting. No, don't speak. I'm coming with you. I can't wait to find out more about your case.
I can't have you tagging along with me right now. I have something to do in the city. Wait for me back at the camp. We'll talk about what we think you and I are later on.
Yes, I've seen where your camp is. Actually, it's quite surprising the Deadwalkers haven't noticed it yet. However, I suspect my unannounced arrival might pose a slight problem for your brothers in arms.
Yeah, I guess with your face, they might not welcome you with open arms. Just tell them I sent you, and try to behave.
Very well. Do you know your way into the city? There's a hidden entrance not far from here. I'll show you where it is on your map.
Thanks.
A ta część mapy jak wygląda? Aha, to jeszcze na razie nie wiem. Ale zaraz, a gdzie są tropy z tamtych? Już tu leżały na ziemi. Znowu zostałem wychujany. No zajebiście. No, trudno. A oni są ślepi. Dobra. A to tutaj nie ma za dużo do zwiedzania. Niestety. Jak on tu przyjdzie? O, to kurwa po Krakow.
This city is an open grave.
What have they done to my city? A curse upon them all!
We'll be lucky if we find any survivors.
Zaraz wracam za minutę. Dawać coś ciekawego. O, rękawice. jakieś chujowe. 9 z nich zrobi, tamte mają 11. Coś tu dźwięk wydaje, gdzieś jest skarb. Chyba, tak mi się wydaje. Tutaj to wszedłem, tędy, tak? Kosiarze. Na chuj. Aha, to tam był ten... Dobra. Tutaj skrót był, tak? To tą część mamy zwiedzoną. Tu. Już tu się da, ale... Skarb jest chyba. Albo nie, tam będzie na lewo skarb. Kurwa, młotki. Na chuj mi młotki. Co, jak gwoździe tu przybijam? Morning Star, kurwa. Mam buty tropiciela. Aha, to ja mam legionisty, tak? A ty tropiciela jeszcze na truciznę. Siedem można zrobić. Te też mają 7, tylko tu jeszcze będzie na truciznę odporność, coś dodatkowo. No niech będzie. Dobra, tam się jakiś mietek da. Czy pozbieram? Na chwilę się tym zajmę. O, wieśniaki, dzień dobry.
Hey, you! Help us!
Psst. We need help.
Dobrze, dobrze.
Hey, this way.
You're a human. What are you doing here? And how... But it's the prince. Look out! Up there!
Co? Oni stoją i się patrzą, nawet nie pomogą. Co za chujki. A ten tylko tupie butem.
You there! Help us!
Co drzesz, Reja?
There are still patrols around. We're looking for the king. Where is he?
He's dead. You can't stay here, Prince. The city's not safe.
Get us out of here, please! They might send us to their camps at any time.
There are too many patrols for you to go right now. We'll come back later to free you.
No to jeszcze tam jakieś chodziły. Marlaki. By ich poubijać. Coś tacy bardziej wytrzymali byli ci tutaj. A może mi się wydaje? No zaraz, to jest początek. No dobra, to mogę tam ci uciekać jak chcę.
Is that it? We can go?
Go on. The way is clear. Hurry up and get to the support pillar in the north. There's a passageway there. Once you're outside, go east to the cliff. That's where the survivors have their camp.
All right, but what do we do if we come across a patrol?
We can't go with you guys, but I'll give you some tips on how to get out of this. To start with, don't bunch up. Send a scout out front and keep someone in back to watch behind you. And above all, make sure you stay quiet. The living dead aren't particularly watchful. If you stay in the shadows and you're careful, you'll be okay.
Thank you, mercenary.
I've got one last piece of advice. People always think about being brave. Fuck that. Be scared and stay vigilant. If you start losing it, use your anger and don't panic. You'll know what to do.
Thanks again. And see you later, I hope.
Co za lafirynta.
This way, please.
What is this thing?
I don't know, but it doesn't look right.
Son? My boy? Can it be you?
Oh, fuck.
By all the gods. Father? It cannot be!
Do not look upon me. I am so sorry. Do not stay here. Take the crown and leave this place.
Oh, Father. But what have they done to you?
I surrendered. Lord Blackfrost told me that he was slain. That Marshal Winter's army had left no survivors at Bastion. I had not the strength to even raise my sword. And so he changed us, remade us, the other nobles and I, and all those who had taken refuge in the palace. He wanted me to witness our end, so that I would live without defeat and news of your death for eternity. But you are alive. You live. Your mother and I are so relieved to know you live.
Mother?
No,
But
tak.
how can I release you from
Ciężko
this
to
curse?
życiem nazwać.
My son, if you only knew how sorry we are. You cannot save us. We are condemned to this abomination. You must slay us. The others, the Queen, the Count, all of these people. I feel their suffering. Hear their screams within me. Put an end to it, I beg you. Free us that our souls may be with you.
Sire, I can take care of this if you want me to.
For pity, my boy. Whatever you decide. Take the crown.
Agent Smith będzie teraz zabijał króla. Jeb. Do widzenia.
He could see that you were alive, and you put an end to his suffering.
Dobra, może w końcu
In
się go
every way, I
pozbędę.
think you did what was best.
I know. And I shall have the crown, and all that it represents. But I shall never wear it with dignity until I have reconquered my kingdom and slain this Ice Lord.
We have to get back to the camp before the Deadwalkers come for us. The death of one of the Liches is bound to have gotten their attention.
I will come soon. I must first perform a ritual to free my father's soul from this unholy carcass so that it may stay with me.
I'll wait outside.
Gdzie na zewnątrz? Tutaj jest coś do zebrania. Królewski tasak. Na przykład. Jak zwykle jakaś chujnia. No to ja mógłbym sprzedać bełty do kuszy. Będę w sklepie. No tak, kuszy nie używam.
I need to be alone for a time. I'll meet up with you in the camp.
Spróbuję sobie udźwig zwiększyć.
Not in his condition. The Deadwalkers will be scouring the city to find who killed their lich. We gotta get back to the camp fast.
We waste our time here. The fate of these people is sealed. The sole act that can defeat the necromancers is to take back the stolen energy of the world heart.
A ten znowu
I
swoje
decide what
pierdoli.
has to be done, with or without your agreement.
Właśnie. Pamiętaj tego. Ryja, demonie. Rańcowaty. Muszę ciebie ukrócić troszeczkę.
Mercenary.
Co?
The sentinels in the other group were killed by deadwalkers. And there's a group of undead on the road, stopping anyone from getting through.
I'll see what I can do.
To co? Tam zajebali ich? No trudno. Idę, muszę sobie Sybillę teraz wziąć. Bo jak coś, to będziemy szli do tej biblioteki jeszcze raz. No coś tam chciała, jakąś książkę sobie pana Tadeusza czy coś.
Mercenary, it is well that you are returned. A creature that seemed like a dead thing came. It claimed you had sent it.
Yeah, he's a potential ally. Don't worry about it.
I fear I attacked him, and arrested him. He tried to talk to me, but I felt safer with it under guard, considering his face.
Where is he now?
He is with the Red Scribes.
Perfect.
Greetings, mercenary. What can I do for you?
I'll be going now. What can you tell me about Mathras?
He is a most unusual being. Do you realize he has been alive for over 6,000 years?
Don't you get the impression that he's just talking bullshit?
Even though at first sight, such a long existence sounds impossible, he has knowledge of history that makes it very difficult for us to doubt his word. And his appearance speaks for itself, if I may be so bold.
It's true that he does look a bit ripe.
As far as I understand it, he regularly changes his bodies. As soon as the one he's taken starts wearing out, he procures a new frame? What is really fascinating is that he is the kind of undead that was previously unheard of. We had no idea there was a being able to transfer their soul from one body to another in order to keep living. Remember that his knowledge could very well turn our vision of mortality upside down. And of course he might provide unhoped-for help against the lords of the frozen shadows.
What did I tell you? Once they've recovered from the shock of my somewhat shriveled appearance, everybody thinks I'm highly useful.
He could really help us out. If we could only be sure he wasn't working for the enemy.
You insult me yet again. Joining forces with a band of apprentice sorcerers with a thirst for power would be unworthy of my condition. And didn't I already tell you how to enter the city?
Some basic information that got you into our camp. That seems pretty clever to me.
Really? What would be in it for me? Not that the company of these scribes is unpleasant, but I doubt that our simple little discussions will affect the course of the war.
I can confirm that he hasn't ever been alone. But you look a bit preoccupied with something. Am I right?
The commander says there's a traitor in the camp, and our new friend is obviously a prime suspect. What if he can read minds?
Well, I think that the commander is wrong. We've spoken for a long time with Mathras, and I don't believe for a second that he's got anything to do with your problem. It's obviously very difficult to detect telepathic communication, but as far as I can see, there's nothing to indicate he's capable of it.
Very well. I'll just have to trust you. Let's talk about something else. Do you have a moment? I wanted to ask you a few things. Let's change the subject. Later.
A good day to you, mercenary.
Mathras, do you have a moment?
My dear, I have all of eternity.
Who are you exactly?
I am Mathras, immortal and unique.
Right. So why aren't you out there hanging out with your Deadwalker friends?
First of all, I don't have any pals. I'm a little too old for that. Secondly, I find your implication that I'm associated with them most unpleasant. I have nothing in common with those dead things. I've been around for over 6,000 years, and I'm still very much alive, thank you. I admit this body is looking a little worn.
6,000 years old. Hey, you don't look a day over 250.
You flatterer. I did, however, lose a toe this morning. Nonetheless, these
Zgubił
dead walkers
palec
are
u nogi.
simply corpses as they're animated by magic. Whereas I am an immortal spirit who changes bodies when they wear out. There's absolutely no similarity.
That's not so dumb. It's what allows you to go on having an effect on the world, I guess.
Exactly. I give these bodies extra life that they would not have had if they'd stayed dead. Though, of course, these days, it's unlikely they would stay dead for very long.
I want to ask you a couple of questions. Why did you come to Carolthas?
Why not? There's one thing you should know about eternity. It can be rather dull. So I do my very best to be in the right place at the right time. The place where it's the most fun.
Fun? You think this is fun?
Well, distracting then, if you prefer. What do you expect? I'm just so bored. The End of the World is a show I wouldn't want to miss.
What do you know about the Dead Walkers?
Apart from the fact that they're an incongruous mass of corpses with appalling bad taste that are animated through the use of magic, nothing. I can tell you that the power necessary for their creation and to keep them working is far beyond the magical abilities of any of your contemporaries. And since it's obvious they're incapable of any decision-making or strategy, they are clearly being controlled from a distance. All of which suggests the Ice Lords who are controlling these things are rather powerful. Something, I grant you, quite difficult to believe when one saw them start out at the same pitiful level of incompetence as their brothers, the Red Scribes.
In 6,000 years, have you ever seen a situation as desperate as this one?
Honestly? Well, no. You are, as you might put it, fucked. Or at least the mortals seem to be. But you carry something within you that may modify things somewhat. And it is this seemingly insignificant detail, this flap of a butterfly's wing, which may eventually change the apparently manifest destiny of the world as you know it. This demon, as you call it, has never before walked the earth. Neither he, neither it, nor any other of its kind. If they had, I would know of it, believe me. Consequently, and in spite of the evident futility of such a sentiment, there may be grounds for you to feel a slight glimmer of hope. That is, of course, if it is your desire to avert disaster.
Well, that's comforting. What happened to the Elven King?
I think he was simply lacking in strength of will and determination. They transformed him into an arch-lich. It's a particularly delicate and extremely dangerous magical process that could only be performed by an Ice Lord. It can only be performed on an elf, and then only one who is desperate to live.
How so?
Elves have many flaws, but most of them do have a very profound sense of duty. If an elf believes he is going to be tortured to make him reveal the secrets of his people, for example, he can literally will himself to die. It would seem that this king was desperate to continue living at any price, rather than dying with honor. That is what allowed them to turn him into an arch-lich.
Do you have any idea about what I am becoming?
In all my long lives, I've never seen your like. Even the term demon seems to be designed to cause confusion. I have seen real demons when I lived as a war drum player amongst the dwarves.
Dwarves are just legend. You're yanking my chain.
It would be churlish to mock someone when it is so easy. Thus the dwarves did exist, and I was once one of them. They used to use these little creatures, barely the size of toddlers, in their enormous forges. They were little red creatures with tiny horns and a wicked air about them. You see, they were able to survive in the flames. The dwarves called them demons. You look a little like one of them, only much bigger. And you have an even more pronounced affinity with fire. I'm reserving judgment about the wicked attitude. I believe this affinity with flames is no coincidence. You are clearly a response, a weapon.
and your purpose is to face the Ice Lords. It is entirely possible that you are the fruit of an attempt to rebalance the forces of nature. Alas, I have no idea which entity is behind all of this.
How are things with Sybil?
What a charming young girl. Her hunger for knowledge reminds me of myself in the distant past, when I was young and still living in my first body. I imagine that if I still felt any physical desires, I would happily give her a good few hours of one-on-one experimental physical training. And it seems to me that she's rather more interested in getting your attention. At any rate, she is by far the most interesting red scribe I've met in the past 300 years. Though I fear that may not be much of a compliment, given their legendary incompetence.
I tak palca zgubił.
Talk to you later.
Już dzisiaj jednego.
They attacked the wrong person. How dare they condemn our king to such a macabre fate?
Agent Smith.
Father. It's time for us to repay the Deadwalkers in kind. I want to see them destroyed, so not a single one of those dead ever dare set foot in our streets again. We're going to launch a massive assault to take back our city. It is time to turn the tide of this war. Vulcan, we will need you and your extraordinary abilities. We have to send a small group to open the city gates. I'm counting on you. I know that you can be stealthy and incredibly effective. A few soldiers will be going with you. This is our best chance. Black Frost doesn't seem to be here anymore, and most of his forces went with him. But before we launch the assault, we need to strengthen our army. I've been told there are prisoners in the city. If we free those soldiers, we can add them to our ranks. We're also going to need to get our equipment in as good shape as possible. We're fortunate that our smith has survived. Let us hope he'll be able to provide us with everything we need. But it's better to make sure.
Thou knowest that Black Frost's palace will take us to the World Heart. Yet still thou dost waste thy time in vain battles. Thy stupidity knows no bounds.
Vulcan, I need your help.
What, sorting books? Observing swamp critters? You don't think I have better stuff to do right now?
That's not fair. I'm not stupid. I understand that what is most important now is the fight, and our soldiers...
The Freeborn Blades will do just fine. Don't you worry about that.
Not them, the other human soldiers.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure we can count on them. They've already lost the war. They're only staying here because the elves are protecting them. But they've got no fight left in them. They have to believe they can win. They have to fight alongside the elves and the Freeborn Blades. I've tried talking with them, but they treat me like a child. Maybe they would listen if you would talk to them.
Me? Most regular soldiers don't have time for mercenaries.
They just need to get their spirit back, boost their morale. I'm sure you could find some words to help them.
Damn.
Sybil, can I talk to you?
Yes?
I need your help. Come with me.
If you want.
No dalej chcesz do tej biblioteki? Tak. No to pójdziemy. Czyli tak.
Vulcan, come here. I need to talk to you about something. While you were in the city, the Deadwalkers apparently began stirring. Several scouts have disappeared without a trace. They can't just have been ambushed by chance. Someone must have given their roots to our enemies. I'm afraid we have a traitor among us. Though if that's the case, I don't understand why we haven't been attacked by the Deadwalkers yet. What's really troubling is that these disappearances pretty much correspond to your arrival here, which means that your living dead friend is the prime suspect. Even if it's just as possible that it's one of the Red Scribes, or even one of your people.
And why can't it be one of your people?
Why would he do that? And above all, why would he wait until now to betray us?
Who knows what goes on in a traitor's head? Maybe he thought that everything was played out and my presence here made him change his mind. After all, until we got here, you weren't doing much. But now things have started to move, and the outcome of the combat has become less certain.
You're extremely presumptuous. If what you say is true, this traitor actually waited to see if you were really capable of reversing the situation. Fine, for the sake of argument. Will you help us carry out this investigation? Yes or no?
I'll see what I can do. But if it turns out the traitor is one of your people, you better do what you have to.
How can I help you, mercenary?
I'll be going now.
Vulcan, I hope you've got good news.
I have some questions. What can you tell me about the prince?
I understand what you're asking.
No, dokładnie.
He has...
To już mówił.
I found a way into the city. There really is an ancient network of galleries beneath Carolthus.
Excellent. This is our chance to try to penetrate the city and take control of it.
Looking for a glorious last stand, are you? Don't get carried away. It's just a narrow passageway. You can get through it, but only a few at a time. It comes out right in the middle of the city in the open. They'll just pick your soldiers off one by one.
I see, but it's still something we can use. I'll just have to figure out how.
I don't know who it is yet. If I learn anything, I'll be going now.
To ten wygląda na zdrajcę.
And even more bullshit. Don't wear yourself out, honey. We're not gonna fight for these lazy elves.
You have to listen to me, please. I know you're angry with the elves for not entering the war earlier. But today, with their help, we finally have a chance to win.
With what's left of their army? You gotta be kidding, sweetheart. They got taken out once. The second time's a done deal.
Black Frost is no longer here to support his army. And the elves are no longer on their own. We, the scribes, and the mercenaries too, will be with them. And here's Vulcan. He'll be helping too. And as you can see, he is no ordinary mercenary. I beg you, please. If we join all of our forces together, we can win.
I gotta give it to you, Sugar. You sure know how to use that mouth of yours. But you don't know nothing about war. All I see here is the remains of an army that I got no reason to fight for.
What better way to prove my worth than a duel? That's how we settle differences of opinion in my company all the time. All right?
I got a guy who should make you happy. If you beat him, I might change my mind. With what you got under your belt, who knows? Well, you can really back up your words, mercenary. Who knows? Maybe with guys like you, we can actually win. We're with you, Vulcan. You can count on us for the assault. Well, well, you again. Can I help you?
Why the long face? Is something wrong?
You mean apart from the fact that my city no longer exists and I've lost most of my people? Sorry for being in a bad mood. I'm still alive, I should be grateful for that, but actually, I feel completely useless, and that makes me sick.
Looks like you've got lots to do, though. Even if your army doesn't have as many troops as before, they still need equipment.
Of course, and that's what's driving me crazy. I had to leave all of my equipment behind when I escaped, and there was no chance of getting it back. I can only sell the weapons the soldiers bring me. And when you think I had the best forge in Vertiel, Thormal Diamond Arms Hammer, can you believe it?
Seeing as how it means so much to you, I could get it back for you.
Really? You would be doing me the greatest of favors, and not just for me, for the entire army. I'd finally be able to work again.
Consider it done.
Well, well, you again. Can I help you?
Show me what you have to sell.
Alas, not...
Sybil, can I talk to you?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you,
What do you want to know?
what do you think of Mathras?
I think he's absolutely unique, fascinating. I have always loved history and history books, but he actually lived through history. It's just incredible. There is so much we can learn from him. His knowledge could allow us to better understand what happened in our past. We could learn from the eras of our ancestors.
Do you really think he's immortal?
Oh, I'm convinced of it. You only have to look at him. He's so cultured and has so much knowledge. Which reminds me...
Something to do with our decomposing friend?
Yes, he won't talk to me about his romantic experiences. I managed to get a lot of stories about battles and all sorts of historical anecdotes, but nothing about his love life. It's not that I want to pry into his intimate life, but I do wonder why he's so reticent to talk about it.
I could always ask him for you. An undead? In our camp? Aren't you afraid it'll communicate with its masters? Sir?
It's a calculated risk. Your friend Edwin told me that she can interrogate those creatures, so we captured one.
You really can do some pretty weird things.
Listen, Vulcan. We're not going to turn down any information. If we can find out how to haul our asses out of the fire, I don't see how it can hurt. Ready to make it talk?
If our fire breather doesn't need me right away, I can start getting ready.
Excellent. Let's start the interrogation.
Listen, Maggot Head. You're going to tell us everything you know.
That's not quite how it works, Captain. It can't just answer questions like that. Tell me what you want to know, and I'll dig around in its memory to find the answers.
In that case, why not dig everything out, so we don't miss anything?
Even for someone as skilled as me, that could take weeks. Its brain, however limited, is like an immense archive that contains both recent memories and memories of its past life.
All right. I want to know if that bastard Black Frost really has left the area.
Let me concentrate. Yes. I see him raising the wave and turning the whole city into ice. This soldier must have been at his feet. Then he gave the order to attack, and gave orders to several powerful undead. Apparently he left right after. He appears nowhere else in its memory.
What were the Black Frost's orders?
You have to understand that this creature's ability to comprehend is limited. From what I can see, it was told to keep watch over the city. He asked to be sent living people. Prisoners. The other living people must still be alive and under guard. Other prisoners. And of course, that he be informed in the event of trouble.
Does he know we entered the city?
This dead thing doesn't anyway. But that doesn't mean a thing, unfortunately.
What are those powerful dead you were talking about?
I see a flying creature, like the one in the swamp, and others. The image is blurred.
So the army is being commanded by a tormentor now?
No, I don't think so. They make good spies, but poor leaders. That said, I don't see any real generals.
Nothing that looks like that one that attacked the village.
No, but Black Frost will definitely have left someone in charge. Someone he trusts. This soldier just didn't see who. I think that he... Oh no! He saw me!
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Well, well. Probing the spirits of the dead? You can well imagine that this sort of communication goes both ways. So, that's where my dear rebels are hiding, is it?
I must break the link! Right now!
The knight has come to ask help from his friend. While on reconnaissance, he spotted a convoy which he thinks should be stopped. A group of dead walkers transporting an object. He thinks they should be attacked and the object taken from them while there is still time. The broken road will only slow
Połączenie
them a little.
przerwane.
The knight and his friend must get there as quickly as possible.
I have things I have to do. I can't go with you right now.
Then the convoy must be allowed to reach its destination unchallenged. So be it. The knight will stay here.
The mercenary salutes you, knight. I'll leave you.
Tak kurwa sam mnie zaczepił. Ja pierdolę.
Any...
What?
Well, you can really bet. Well, well.
What? See.
Well, well.
Show me what you... An undead? Huh?
Nie. Ja nie używam kuszy w ogóle.
An undead?
It can't even...
All right.
What? Does he... What? Huh?
I'm...
Tak, no bełty sprzedałem.
The night has come to us.
Okay then. Let's go for it. I have to go somewhere with Ranval. Wait for me here.
Very well, but be careful, please.
Gdzie ty znowu chcesz kurwa iść? Co, nie da się z tym pogadać?
Can I help you with something, mercenary?
Have you seen anyone leave the camp?
Apart from you, nobody.
Are you sure? It's important.
Certain. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to guard duty.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for all the help.
Knight hopes that his friend does not regret joining him in this assault.
You're right. It was worth it. Especially if we take the time to strip the others before we head back. The mercenary salutes you, knight.
Zaraz mi się skończy, kurwa, udźwig. Ale już za niedługo poziom to sobie zwiększę. Do 50. Dobra, to tu mamy ogarnięte, to teraz ja go odprowadzę, wezmę sobie Sybillę, pójdę do tej biblioteki. Ja tu kupię sobie ten miecz, kurwa, za 1000. I tak złota na składniki nie wydaje, bo na razie jest ich w chuj z tego, co ja widzę. No tak, ale to wiesz. Tylko jeden punkcik, nie? To niech co tam będzie. A to ten tu idzie, tak sam myślałem, co to mnie...
Hey, Buffalo. I see nobody's managed to kill you yet.
Not before I've seen you blown up by one of your toys.
Have you had time to talk?
Yes, they were...
Do you think...
I don't...
Co to było?
What do you think?
To też było.
I'm going.
Dlaczego z tym się nie da porozmawiać? Co to mu się stało? Ten, co patelnią w ryja dostał.
But the captain says I have to stay here.
Have you heard about all this spy business?
Yeah, the elf commander told me. They suspect us. Us and the Red Scribes.
Now that would be priceless. If that long-faced twat accuses us of being traitors.
Who do you think it could be?
I confess that at first I thought it was your pal who looks like you just dug him up.
Mathras? Honestly, I don't think so.
I agree. I realized that since he's permanently surrounded by the scribes, he'd have a hard job finding the time to betray us.
Do you think it's one of the scribes?
It's possible. After all, it wouldn't be the first time they've shagged us while we had our backs turned. But whoever the mole is has to know their way around and not be scared to go outside on their own. Can you see any of those snot-nosed weeds taking that kind of risk? The most likely, whatever Commander Pointy Ears thinks, is that one of his boys is a turncoat. Go and check with Buffalo. I saw him chasing one a while back.
Considering the size of him, I doubt he caught the guy. I'll go ask him. You know, I wanted to ask... I think we're screwed here. What do you think?
I say if the commander really wants to attack, we better be quick about it. The only chance is taking the enemy by surprise.
I have to go.
Jeszcze tego u góry muszę zapytać, bo na razie zapytałem tego na dole.
Buffalo, I have to talk to you.
What do you want?
You were seen leaving the camp. What were you doing?
What business is that of yours? Are you spying on me?
I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm supposed to be searching for a spy, and I need some clues.
I was just out on a little recon. I don't see how that can help you.
They told me that you were looking for someone.
Yes, the soldier who was on watch just over there. He left his post, was trying to follow him, but he lost me. He knows the terrain better than I do. I followed his tracks for a while, but considering the number of deadwalkers in the area, I decided to come back. I didn't want to give away our position.
Where did the tracks lead to?
Over toward the river, but don't bother. The guard already came back. He's just over there. You could go and ask him yourself.
To ten.
I guess
Jeszcze
that's what
miałem
I'll
tego u
do.
góry
Thanks
zapytać.
for the tip.
Mercenary.
Has anyone gone by here? Any men leaving without passes? That sort of thing?
No, apart from you, no one. Is there a problem?
Your commander thinks there's someone sneaking out to meet up with the enemy.
That's terrible. Who could do something like that? Anyway, I promise no one's been by here. You should go try the other gate, near the mercenary camp. And maybe the sentinels in the North Tower have seen something.
I'm leaving.
A good day to you, mercenary.
Greetings, mercenary. What can I...
Can I have a look?
Tamten, kurwa. Tylko on teraz ze mną nie gada. Dobra. Nie wiem dlaczego nie gada ze mną.
Sybil, can I
Ten
talk to you?
kowal.
Yes?
Tam przy wyjściu.
I need your help. Come with me.
If you want.
Nie wiem, czy się zawiesił, czy jaki chuj. Zbugował się, czy co? No kurwa. Taki inter. Miałeś ten miecz za 1000. Ach, chuj ci to.
Edwin, I need to speak to you.
What can I do for you?
Hey, thanks for your help. Without you, we never would have gotten anything out of that dead stiff.
You know me, I just love to be helpful.
I would like to ask you a few questions. What's the story with this Mathras guy? Who is he?
It's hard
właśnie.
to say.
Bo tamta była ciekawa życia intymnego matrasa, tak? Trzeba będzie podejść do niego.
He is able to do things no other species of revenant has ever done before. You must understand that necromancy, the magic that allows the dead to be reanimated, is based upon one principle: giving energy to lifeless bodies. Mathras functions differently somehow. It is not his body that has been brought back to life, but rather his mind, which has survived his body.
He says he's 6,000 years old. You believe that?
It is entirely possible. His spirit is in theory immortal. This magic is far different from that which is practiced in Vertial. Instead of drawing energy from the world heart, he draws energy directly from the body he is possessing.
Could that have anything to do with the Ice Lords or my demon?
Absolutely not.
Thanks.
Ten tu będzie tak leżał? W sumie siedział. Mogliby go posprzątać.
Since you arrived, the enemy seems to be aware of our every move.
Truly. Surprising that they haven't yet arrived here to destroy this camp. Most interesting. Or perhaps very stupid. In any event, I do feel sorry for you. One doesn't seem to be able to put one's trust in anyone these days.
You don't understand. What I want is...
But I understand perfectly, my dear boy. I'd merely hoped that you were above this kind of nonsense. Since my arrival here, I've been surrounded by your friends, something that rather precludes the possibility of me talking to the enemy. I have not once left the camp, and no one deigns to speak to me of strategy, which is a pity, given the evident levels of incompetence of your generals. Thus, it seems obvious that these suspicions are unfounded. You know, since arriving here, I have the odd feeling of standing in a turnip field.
A turnip field?
Yes, it must be all the superior intelligences that surround us. Trust me, child. You should leave this area as swiftly as you may.
You would know more about the Deadwalkers than us. Who do you think the spy is?
Walking around in a dead body doesn't make one an expert on all other dead things, young man. In fact, I find the suggestion vaguely insulting. But I have learned to trust my experience, something that you, despite your youth, should attempt to do also. I imagine we could quite easily reduce the possibilities. Firstly, the traitor must be able to enter and leave the camp without being stopped. Then, it must be someone who can observe your comings and goings without drawing attention to themselves. Lastly, it is someone who knows your plans. Someone who knows your military commander's orders. That alone excludes a large number, particularly the undead here. In your place, I should go and question the camp watchman. Logic suggests they will have seen something.
Thanks for the tips. I'll get right on it. Let's change the subject. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Talk to you later.
Co to się tak wczytuje? Kurwa, gościu. Kurwiasz mnie. Nie idzie pogadać z tobą. Jebałeś się, zbugowałeś i tyle. A ty dostaniesz w pierdol zaraz.
Can I help you with something, mercenary?
I was told you left your post.
That's... no, never. Who told you such a thing?
You think I'd tell you? Come on, tell me everything or you'll really be in the shit.
All right. I left, but only once. I was following your comrade, Buffalo. He went to the main gates of the city. I figured that was pretty suspicious. But I didn't dare go very far. I couldn't leave my post unguarded, you understand? And then the Deadwalkers didn't seem about to attack him. In the end, he went back without a scratch and without saying a thing.
That's funny. Buffalo says you're the traitor, and that the reason he left was to find you.
He's lying. He's the one. I've heard rumors about him. Some people say he's immortal. How else can you explain that he gets out of things every time?
That's a good point. I'll go back and talk to him. It has to be cleared up. Buffalo, this is kind of awkward. That guard told me that it was you who left your post, that you went into town.
And when somebody that you hardly know accuses one of your old friends, you just swallow their bullshit without any questions? You disappoint me, kid, really.
Ja kurwa nie ufam nikomu, gościu.
Is that how you defend yourself? Fall back on friendship?
You have gotta be kidding. Do you really believe what you're saying? I told you exactly what I did, without frills, and I stand by what I said. But I would lay good money on the fact that your new friend over there doesn't feel quite so confident about his innocence. If I'm not mistaken, he's already taken to his heels.
You realize that if he is still at his post, that means you're guilty.
If he's still at his post, I'll gut the bastard. He dares to throw shit at me?
And I'm worried that it's you that will be gutted.
Tamtego już nie ma, spierdolił.
Damn it, I'm too late. The bastard's gone.
Taki jakiś przestraszony strasznie był, jak gadał.
Can I help you with something, mercenary?
I was told you left your post.
That's...
You think
in the end...
Your stories are starting to piss me off. Time to die, traitor.
Anyway, we're all going to die, today or tomorrow. What difference does it make? But I'm going to come back to life. My master promised me.
Yeah, and you'll be one more dead grunt in his army. Stupid idiot.
I heard you caught the mole. I hope you don't think it's me anymore.
Hey, Buffalo. I see nobody's managed to kill you yet.
Not before I've seen you blown up by one of your toys.
I'm going.
Vulcan, I hope you've got good news.
Your traitor won't be a problem anymore. The bad news is you're down another soldier.
I take it you're implying it was one of our own. Who?
The one on guard below our camp. Rest assured he won't be telling anybody anything anymore. But he'll have to be replaced, I guess.
I'm sorry for the false accusations made against your comrades. Here, accept this gift as an apology.
I still haven't found your passageway beneath the city.
It's there, somewhere, and we have to find it. It's our...
I have some questions. I'll be going now.
I've taken a tour of the camp, and it's like a sieve.
Huh. What do you propose?
Well, I'd be safer with a few dozen well-placed traps. Do you think you could build them for me?
I'll take care of that as soon as I get a second. Let's change the subject. I built your traps. Okay, here are your traps. Now you just need to put them in place.
Thank you. I must admit that I'm relieved it was you who built them. I'd been living in fear of messing up my hairstyle permanently had I tried to do it.
I brought you a few stones I found.
Thank you. I'm sure it doesn't seem all that important to you, but all the elven people are in your debt.
Let's change the subject. I'll leave you here.
Zaczyna się. Jak była to ostatnio, to jej pytałem się, czy Perska ją przysłała. Ona mówiła, że tak. No, mówiła, no to normalne. Kto by inny.
Well done, mercenary. Looks like you've been pretty effective. Raising this blockade and freeing the other tower is a job well done. Thank you.
Mam nadzieję, że te drzwi będą blokowane teraz. Będą musiały iść naokoło. O. W sumie naokoło to exp. A tutaj do tej biblioteki chcę z nią pójść. Ona gdzieś tutaj jest ta biblioteka. Później wezmę sobie tą. Jak się co ta nazywa? Gdzie ta biblioteka jest? O, tam gdzieś. Dzielnica kupiecka. No proszę, proszę. A tak, bo biblioteka była tutaj przy wejściu. By się zgadzało.
We can't take all of them. Let's concentrate on anything to do with necromancy, healing, and of course anything about the world heart.
O, czytelnicy przyszli. Kurwa. Książkę sobie pożyczyć. Pojebało ich. Chyba to, co powinna być cisza. A ci co? Kurwa, nic nie widzę przez... Zasłania mi to. Belki na suficie mi zasłaniają. Tyle książek?
It'll have to do. Pass me the books you have. I can't carry any more. I need to keep my hands free in case we have to fight.
Co?
Sybil, can I talk to you?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What do you want to know?
Have you learned anything about the World Heart?
Yes, I found out a few things that might interest you. Some of the myths about the World Heart are based on real facts. Certain texts confirm that there is indeed a source of energy that fuels the world, but also that is the source of all magic power. Every time a sorcerer casts a spell, they are drawing power from the World Heart. The Ice Lords are siphoning this energy in huge quantities, and that is why they are so immensely powerful. If we can only discover how they're doing it, it may be possible to deprive them of all their power.
That sounds like a really good lead. Keep on digging.
No dobra, to z nią mamy załatwioną sprawę. Tak? Nie to. A tylko co, ona nie może tego nieść? Ja jej mam to zanieść do obozu pewnie, tak? Już kurwa, to idziemy. Nic tu więcej nie ma. No to poszli, chodź. Ona może tylko jedną księgę naraz nieść. Zajebiście. Górne, to tam później pójdziemy. Cycatą wezmę i tam pójdziemy. Cycatą perską. Się posiwiała z tego wszystkiego. Tak, dobra, ja ją zaprowadzę i co? Wtedy jej tą księgę oddam chyba, tak? Ja się naprawił, czy chuja się naprawił? On się wbił w tą deskę. Dlatego kurwa nie idzie z nim pogadać. Zbugował się.
Edwin,
dobra.
I need to speak to you.
Bierzemy perską i idziemy.
What can I do for you?
I'm going to have need of your talents. Come with me.
You offer me what? Swordplay, suspicion and sarcasm? Huh. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Co z tą księgą? I ten zawieszony, kurde. On miał mieczek fajny. Przydałby mi się jakiś miecz z większym damage'em. Parska już się zawiesiła, no to normalne. Nic nowego. Gdzieś się zawiesiła z tyłu, o jest. Całą noc biegła.
Greetings, Vulcan. My men and I are ready. We await your orders.
Twoi ludzie? To znaczy ty i on, tak? Dobra.
Sybil, can I talk to you?
Yes?
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What do you want to know?
No ale to co? No to... Ja tą księgę jeszcze mam
See you
jedną.
later.
O elfach. Co ja mam z nią zrobić? Nie wiem.
Relmar, you got a minute?
Yes?
I have a few. Let's change them. I'll leave you here.
How can I help you, mercenary?
I'll be going now.
To się nagadałem.
Vulcan, I hope.
I have some... I'll be going now.
A dobra.
Edwin, I need to...
What can...
I would like to ask... Thanks.
Balkon. Dobra, co my tu mamy? Nie wiem. Co jest? A, dzień dobry. Ilu was tu najebie zaraz? Co tu było w tej skrzyni? Klejnot.
Gods! Vulcan! Is that you? Help us get out of here! Gdzieś jeszcze jedno ciało tego elfa musi być. Gdzie?
Head to the southeast. You'll find an entry in the support pillar. Take that passage. and then look for an opening in the cliff face. The rest of the company is hidden there.
O, coś tam na górze leży.
There's another camp of prisoners over there in the west. Not any of our guys, but maybe we should try to free them anyhow. Do you want us to give you a hand?
No. Get out of here.
See you back at the camp. Good luck.
Gonna need it.
O, w końcu jakiś mieczyk fajny. Troszkę szybkość ataku mniejsza, ale... Aha, bo ja tam dodałem szybkość ataku. Tutaj coś na górze jest. Jak tam wejść? Jak spadałem, to coś tam się świeciło na górze. O, jest. O, glorie. Coś laperskie. I to 2 glorie mam teraz. Nie będzie mi o jednej pisała, bo teraz są 2 glorie. I chuj. Teraz mam 2 glorie. Może będzie to ciało jeszcze jedno. Dobra. Mamy wszystko. Będzie można tamtemu odnieść. O, Perska. Ty mówiłaś coś o glorii, nie? To patrz kurwa teraz na to. Ja mam 2 glorie. I co, łyso ci? Już nie jedną, a 2 mam. A? Nie ma lipy. Kuźwa, gdzie to jest? Tam jest ta kuźnia, tam są więźniowie. Zaraz. To być jakieś mocniejsze. Kononowicz.
I must show that to a blacksmith. It could interest him.
No to tutaj z tobą chodzę. O, aż osiwiałaś z tego wszystkiego. Tylko te cycki masz takie trochę za bardzo na wierzchu, nie? Ale tam chodź. Jak lubisz to. Tylko ci zmarzną, bo tu zimno jest.
Please help us!
Go to the support pillar in the southeast of the city. You'll come out near the cliff. Follow it and you'll come to a rift. Go in. The elf army is there and they'll take care of you.
Thank you. See you back at the camp.
That's right.
No dobra, to tutaj tyle. Plac, to bramy. Tam jest exp na górze.
Relmar, you got a minute?
Yes?
Here's all that I could find. I doubt I'll be able to find any more.
Each stone that you can recover is precious. I can't thank you enough for what you've already done. You're giving us back our memories.
I'll leave you here. Relmar, you got...
Yes?
I'll leave you here.
What is it, Vulcan?
I wanted to ask you. The Blades who were in the city, do you think they made it?
I hope so. I really hope so. After all, they shouldn't have been taking part in the battle. With a bit of luck, they weren't in the front lines when the ice wave struck. Generally, the Ice Lords don't kill those they capture. They like to keep their prisoners close by. Let's hope that our lads are amongst them, and maybe we can free them.
Do you know Carolthas?
I came here a long time ago, at the beginning of the war. We hoped at the time that the elves would help us. I was soon disavowed of that little fantasy. There they were, all safe and sound in their city, totally disinterested in taking any risk for any other races. I didn't stay long. When I learned that there was a battle brewing, and that the last of the human armies were gathering here, I sent a couple of our lads hoping to recruit some good men.
Let's change the subject. I have to go. The mercenary salutes you, Knight. I'll leave you.
I heard you managed to get back my equipment from the forge. I can't believe it. Do you have the hammer?
Yes, I have your hammer. Here. You can put it to better use than me.
Thank you. Finally, I can do something useful. All this battered and bent equipment is going to be superb again. At least our soldiers will die with dignity.
You got a weird way of
Możliwe, że
looking
do
at
końca
things.
tego rozdziału się nie
Anyway, I've
odblokuje,
got some
nie
supplies
pogada
I
z
can
nim.
sell you if you need anything.
Excellent. Don't take this badly, but I have to get to work right away.
Excellent. See you later.
Mercenary! Great to see you again. How may I be of service?
Show me what you have to sell.
Thanks to you, I'm building my stock back up. Have a look for yourself.
Po chuju.
Get your shit packed. We're getting out of here as soon as possible. Our contract is over.
But Captain, after all we've done here...
Listen to me. We have no chance against the Deadwalker army, no matter what powers you have. And I'm not sending my company into a massacre. I didn't lead the company here to save this city. The only reason we came was to get our lads back. There was never any question of anything else.
God damn it, Captain. This is an important battle. You have to include the blades in it.
Now you listen closely, Vulcan. I am the captain of this company. It's me who decides. You don't like it? Not my fucking problem. So either shut it, or become captain yourself. But you know what that means.
It means that I must face you in single combat. You don't leave me any choice. We have to put everything we've got into this battle.
You asked for it. I'll make it quick and painless. I always knew it would be you.
You didn't leave me any choice.
This was well done.
Let us go and seek out Prince Arundel. We must make haste to plan our attack.
No wiesz, opcje były dwie. Albo ja zajebię jego, albo on mnie. I także on tak, ja wiem, czy był dobrym kapitanem. Nie do końca, kurwa. Przestali mu płacić, to chuj, wiesz. Z życiem ludzi, nie spierdalamy. No to tak, według mnie to gość był ścierwem. Bo za pieniądze by zrobił wszystko. Zawsze jest szansa. Dopóki trwa walka.
We have to reach an agreement on the assault we're going to launch.
Very well. Our strategy will essentially depend on you and your companions. I'll be attaching a group of soldiers to your party for support.
That's out of the question. The more of us there are, the greater the risk that we'll be noticed. I'm taking Edwin. Her knowledge and powers make her the best suited to go with me.
I would very much like you to have someone I trust with you. And this Edwin does not seem like that person.
Huh. She'll be delighted to hear that.
I could go with you. You know that I'm stealthy and can make myself useful.
That's a pretty good compromise. With the three of us, we stand a chance. What do you say, Your Highness?
I agree. I'm counting on you, Relmar, to remember the interests of your people. The result of this battle depends on your success. You need to sneak into the city, get to the drawbridge, and lower it. Then you can open the gate for us. I will personally be leading our army, and I'll enter the city as soon as you've opened the gate. I think that the element of surprise and our advantage in numbers should be enough to overcome the Deadwalkers. And your help in this battle will be of inestimable value.
Excellent. If all goes according to plan, I'll be able to go to Black Frost's realm after that. You can't have too many elite troops and freeborn blades on this expedition.
Are you ready for the assault? There must be neither distraction nor setback. We won't have a second chance. If you have business to deal with, you should deal with it now.
I still need a bit of time.
Tak czy inaczej, jednego ścierwa mniej. A gra toczy się dalej. Dobra, ja chyba wszystkie te poboczne porobiłem, nie? Gdzie to jest? Mhm. Ale to już. Dzisiaj nie będę tego zaczynał. Już dzisiaj mi się nie chce. W poniedziałek będziemy kontynuować. Jutro idziemy na polowanie. Ja uciekam. Dobranoc i do jutra, papa.